the Coul inquiry. We've now reached the fourth day of the inquiry, and we agreed to finish early today in order to beat the road closure on the A9 later on this evening. So we'll aim to close by 4 o'clock at the latest. If there's an opportunity earlier, then I'm sure we'll seize that. At the stage that we stopped yesterday, Mr. Campbell had completed his cross-examination of Mr. Haspel. What we need to do first this morning is to allow Miss Wilson to re-examine him, but also Mr. Liddell will have a couple of questions to ask first. Once Mr. Haspel's evidence is complete, then we'll be hearing from the applicant's next witness, and that's Mr. Taylor, and it's our strong aim to try and complete his evidence today if we can. Otherwise, we're going to enter the second week of the inquiry well behind schedule, and that obviously has consequences for the timetabling of other witnesses, and the parties have obviously approached us and asked us to secure particular days for particular witnesses. It becomes more difficult the further we get behind schedule. So hopefully we'll catch up a bit. And in order to do that, I'd obviously appreciate your help in keeping the questions and also the answers as focused as possible. And thank you for that. A couple of matters to raise, I think, this morning. Firstly, a minor one, the document tabled by SNH, that's the new SNH 123. We have hard copies of that, but we will need electronic copies as well. So if you haven't already managed to do so, if you would forward that on to Fiona Manson, that would be appreciated. Thank you. I believe, Mr. Coll, you've got a point to raise this morning as well.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's in relation to Mr. Haspel's evidence yesterday, when he alerted us to the fact that the temporary construction compound has been moved. Obviously, that was news to us, so I didn't have a chance to raise with him in cross-examination an issue regarding the conditions. I don't feel I actually need to ask him, but I thought I would raise it in case you, sirs, wanted to ask him a question while he was on the witness stand, as it were. The issue is, it might be useful if you could have a copy of the proposed conditions.
Right, we have various versions of those. We've got a composite table prepared by the applicant. We've got a draft schedule, and we've also got the Highland Council's version of the conditions as well. Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the composite version, sir, which is marked February 2019. I believe that was the most up-to-date, but I'm prepared to be corrected.
No, I'm sure you're right there. That's fine. Well, let's look at that then.
The particular issue is condition 24, and the way this composite table is laid out, the left-hand column is the Council's draft. There's a column for Conservation Coalition comments, then SNH comments, and then the next column is the applicant's comments. And in that column, for condition 28, they propose a slightly different condition from the Council, and it appears to run contrary to the evidence from Mr. Haspel that the construction compound's been relocated. As I say, sir, I'm just raising this in case you want to ask Mr. Haspel a question now. It may well be that we can just carry the issue over to the conditions hearing.
Okay, I think I can see the concern you're expressing there, but My instinct is it's a matter that we'll be able to deal with at the conditions session when we'll be discussing it in conjunction with similar issues, unless any of the parties think otherwise.
No, sir, I agree entirely with you.
Okay, thank you for raising that. Any other issues to deal with just now? In which case, Mr. Little has just a couple of questions left. Ms. Aspel, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Haspel. You'd be delighted to know just one last stab at the what's to be reprofiled, just so we're clear about what's going on. So I want to reference, I'm going to have a look at the environmental statement, which is CD 1.6 and 7, so both the non-technical summary and the main body, but I think you maybe have it in the same document, but also a couple of drawings, one of which is the translocation plan, which is, I think CD 1.117 in the electronic versions at least. It might be 147. And the other one is the master plan, which I'm not sure what the reference is for that.
So the translocation plan is CD 1.147 in hard copy. Yeah, 147, yes.
Can I just check with Ms. Wilson that perhaps the confusion arises by virtue of the description that's given to CD 1.147 when it refers to a whole route plan? Is it actually the translocation plan showing the whole route?
It has both on it.
Yeah.
It's the translocation plan showing the whole route as well.
Obliged.
Yes, it's the one with, it shows the purple and blue areas, but also the yellow whole route lines through it. That's the most useful one to look at just now. Okay, so when we were discussing this yesterday, you were explaining that the areas to be initially stripped and then reprofiled and seeded would extend only to the fairways and tees and greens and the collar of semi-rough around those. And if we look at the translocation plan, first of all, and just for example, looking at the second hole, yes, the second hole, then what I see here is consistent with that. So you can see in the second fairway the blue areas which are June Heath, and they're identified to be relocated, but nothing relocated in the rough area going out to the blue line, the migrant. So that's consistent with what you said, and also so is the fact that where the bunkers are in that hole around the green to the left-hand side, then in fact one out with the fairway entirely, which is further back, they're also presumably June Heath, therefore to be translocated, and so that's fine. That ties in with that. But can we have a look at the environmental statement? I think it was around pages from 103 to 104 where this is all described in the environmental statement. And it talks about, describes these different parts of the course and what's going to happen and the process of stripping and regrading and reprofiling and seeding and so on. But it didn't at that point explain where that process stopped, and that's why I was asking you the question and you clarified. So that's fine now. I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything in there that told us the extent of that reprofiling area. But if we can look at the non-technical summary and at page 33, and I think this is where I was getting confused or wasn't clear what was proposed. If we can look at page 33 and the bottom paragraph of that, so I'll just read it out. It says, from within the working areas, brackets, tees, greens, surrounds, fairways, semi-rough, managed rough and grass pipe pathways, vegetation will be removed, together with the superficial layer of partially decomposed organic material. And then it goes on to explain what that process is. So that seems to be at odds with what you told me, and in fact with this drawing and most of the other drawings, I imagine, that initial stripping out isn't as extensive as is explained there in the NTS. It's less extensive than that. So am I getting this right? Is what I've just read out from the non-technical summary incorrect?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay. And I didn't see this might be covered elsewhere in the NTS. I don't think, in the environmental statement. I don't think it is, but you've clarified that, and we've taken that evidence as to what this extent of area will be. And it's relevant for other witnesses because we might come on to talk about amounts of land and habitat effects. So this is why I'm just establishing what the factual position is. So the second part of that is we also talked briefly about whether in stripping this material out and reprofiling, it would be precisely around these edges, or whether you might need cut and fill based on topography. And it says, that bit I read out from paragraph 33 says tees, greens, surrounds, which perhaps implies it won't be quite as neat a line. There might be a little bit here and there where that needs to be done. But the final part of this, if we look at this haul route plan, again, the translocation drawing, which includes the haul routes, and if we compare it to a master plan drawing, and just using hole 2 as an example. So if we look first at the translocation plan, and it's really the yellow lines of the haul routes that I'm interested in, it shows that for each of the T areas, there is an initial haul route, so as that machinery can gain access to those areas, I guess. And I presume during the operational phase, machinery will also need to gain access to these T's just for cutting them. So if we then look at the master plan and look at hole 2, and just as an example, but it can be seen elsewhere, what that doesn't show is a pathway between hole 1 and hole 2, actually, but also where pathways are shown, they don't show the pathways extending up to each of the individual T areas. So again, it's probably a small point, but I'm just trying to clarify that in terms of the stripping out and then the subsequent management, that the paths that we see between the holes would in practice also extend up to each of the teeing areas, so that golfers and I guess greenkeepers are accessing each individual tee area via a made path. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct. But what we do is the whole routes that we're actually putting in, we'd use them for that, if you understand what I mean.
But its relevance is when people are coming to talk about amount of land take and perhaps fragmentation, that what's shown in the master plan, there's a little bit more than what's shown in the master plan, because these whole routes will be used in effect to aid movement around the course by the golfers and by the greenkeepers.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I hesitate, but I think I understand all that. Just now, thank you. The second thing, if you give me a moment. Yeah, so it's about, this is just about earth movement, which you refer to in your inquiry report. And we don't need to have a look at that. It simply well, there's two parts to it. Firstly, in order for us to understand what's going on in each of the holes, what are the best drawings or other documents for us to refer to in terms of Earth movement? And if that's putting you too much in the spot just now, that's fine. It's maybe something that we can be advised of later. It just shows that we can understand what's going on in each hole.
Sir, can I suggest that I have a look through the drawings which give you most clarity and make those available to you, obviously, so you can take them away. And if you have any questions, then obviously you can ask. Mr. Taylor's also obviously involved in this heavily, so there'll be time for clarity, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Then it's also.
So I think it's CD 1.140 onwards, but perhaps if that's shown to Mr. Haspel, he can confirm if those are the correct drawings.
While you're finding that, just in connection with this, just by way of example, I wanted to have a look at the landscape and visual impact assessment visualisations, which I know you may not be too familiar with, but it's just to illustrate and to help us understand what's going on.
CD 1.142 might be a reasonable starting place. Although it doesn't explain everything, it does explain some of the contouring, obviously with contour lines. Now I would suggest that
Sorry, could you wait until I get it, if that's okay?
Sorry.
I was just asking if I could get a moment to get it out before the evidence starts. Did you say?
So, yeah, and this is one of a series of documents that show similar drawings across the whole of the course. So if we are, these are the go-to place for us in terms of trying to understand what's happening in terms of cut and fill and land movement.
That's correct, sir. If you look at this document, just as an example, if you go to the first greens and tees that you'd named before with the pathways, this actually shows that you've got 855 cubic metres of cut, and obviously you dragged it over for fill. Personally, knowing Bill, I think these are over precautionary. I think it would become very evident to you if we did a field walk how little we would actually need to do out there, and that's very much the aim, is to move as little as possible. So I think it's fair to say that we've really we've gone on the safe side because we don't want to project anything that we're not going to do.
Okay, thank you. At that point, that was just for our reference, so as we know what to look at. Can we look at then the visualizations for the landscape and visual impact assessment? I don't know if you've got those in front of you. Can do.
So is that the LVIA report of the figures?
Yes, it's. I'm not sure what it's. Annex D2 of the LVIA report.
That's CD 1.54.
No, the visualizations are CD 1.55. I think it's the visualizations that you're looking at. Thank you.
Okay, so the one I'm looking at, just to explain, we were out in the site previously and using this and some of the drawings to orientate ourselves what we were looking at, where the holes were, or some of the holes were indeed. So if we have a look at viewpoint 5, which is from the core path, it's probably about a third of the way into the document. Yes, viewpoint 5, core path, central area, and I'm looking at there are I think 3 or 4. There's a panoramic shot, but it's the first of those. So it's central area, 90 degrees, 1 of 3 is what we're looking at, and which I think is the 8th hole, perhaps.
I think that's the 9th, sir.
The 9th,
yeah.
So, and at the top here is the image as the photograph as it is currently, and at the bottom is the visualization rendering of what the hole would look like. And so here, the area to the left is the last bit of fairway before the green. And what you see at the top, and what we saw, is quite a steep, rugged bit of terrain that didn't look like you could get a fairway on without doing a bit of reprofiling. But what's at the bottom seems like quite a severe reprofiling. So for example, those hills in the background, which you can see in the visualization, are well below the horizon, if you like, in the photograph. So we were just to reconcile this with the kind of cut and fill operations that might be taking place. So is this? There are two things, I guess. This might just be one of the examples where there is quite a lot of cut going on, or it might be that this visualization below isn't quite right and overestimates the amount of cut and fill which is going on. So I just wondered if you'd having looked at that, whether you can help us reconcile these things.
I think you're correct in the fact that the green area there is one of the largest cuts, purely and simply to get it to fit into the landscape there. But the rest of it, yes, you are correct, it is kind of overestimated, for want of a better word. All we intend to do really through that area is scrape off the turf and keep all the natural contours within the footprint of the semi-rough and fairway, etc. I should add that this is one of the areas too, sir. Sorry, I should add that this is one of the areas too where you would have translocated heather. So.
And so when you're saying overestimating the amount of cut on the left-hand side that's implied here is that doesn't fit, that doesn't tie in with what you envisage you would want to do when you're on the course.
No, we're not going to flatten it out completely. The mounds will still be there, but the green will be edged into the bank of the mounds, for want of a better word. Once again, I think it would probably become clearer on a site visit if that was permissible. I should also add that that green is outside the triple SI.
I'm a bit confused here. We obviously have a number of plans showing cut and fill, and we have plans showing contours, but the problem that certainly I have with the contour plans is they're also showing multiple other things. They're showing groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems. There's an awful lot of information there, and it's quite difficult to discern in those plans, which are quite busy in colour and in detail, what we would see as we were walking around the course. So we then obviously turn to the landscape and visual impact assessment and the visualizations there in the expectation that what we see there is what we would see when we go around the course. And you're saying that that's not the case, are you?
I'm saying it's a visualization, sir, and I believe that the visualization on that particular drawing, number 5, from the core path, yes, the trees here, I believe, are to go, but the landscape behind it will be left where it is. There's a nice dune slack in there, in the triple SI, that will be part of the whole, and it's very important that we keep that, one for the strategy, the whole, but 2 for the dune slack.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Haspel. And yeah, this might be the kind of thing which can be pointed out to us in the site inspection as well. But that's fine just for just now. Thank you.
Could I suggest maybe we get the guys from the CAD team to make a simplified plan for when we go out onto the landscape? If that would help you, we could take a lot of the information off and just keep the information on there that we need. I think that's doable.
So do you mean that for these drawings that show the cut and fill, to take out some of the other layers so that it would just show the cut and fill? If that might be helpful, I don't know whether others have got a view in that. It's almost giving us less information rather than more for one of the drawings. Okay, well, if there's no...
Sorry, I'm being advised that can be done simply by taking the layers off so that it's no question of the detail having been changed. It can be done for both the cut and fill and the contour plans.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to us. It might be for other parties as well in terms of interrogating the plans. So thank you. So that's all the questions we have, Ms. Wilson.
Can I just put away some of these documents before?
Me too, please.
Okay, when you're ready, Miss Wilson.
Mr. Haspel, could you please have SNH-123 in front of you and also CD 1.68? Yes. Yes.
1.66 was that?
That was 1.68, was it?
You'll probably realise that this is in relation to the line of questions that were put to you yesterday from Mr. Mackay on behalf of SNH as to the desirability of moving halls out of the SSI and golf infrastructure out of the SSI. Looking firstly at SNH 123, from your knowledge of the site layout, it's quite difficult to see the fairways and the actual footprint of the golf course here. Do you understand the flags to be indicating the tee positions? How do you interpret it in terms of the actual layout?
If we're going off the yellow lines for fairways and semi-rough, then some of the flags are well away from the position of where they should be.
So if we look at this plan that's produced by the applicants, it's intended to show the interrelationship between the course layout with the boundaries to the SSI and SPA. Do we see, first of all, in relation to hole number 1, that that's out with the SSI?
That's correct.
And is it correct to say, just want to be clear that this is being interpreted properly by me, but is it correct to say that the whole of the infrastructure associated with 1 is outside the SSI?
No, the green is in the SSI.
Right. Okay.
Green in half the fairway is in the SSI.
We see that if you just essentially follow through the white line from the tee.
That's correct.
And so far as hole number 9 is concerned, we can see the tee position within the SSI. And then it comes down to the fairways and leading into the green.
That's correct.
And then hole number 11, how much of that is within the SSI and how much is outside?
I'd say the larger part of hole 11 is out with the triple SI.
And it's the tee box that's within, is that right?
That's correct.
And
Part of the fairway.
part of the fairway. And then hole number 18, which is down below. What we see from the diagram that it's the green and apron.
It's green apron, and there will be an approach of fairway there as well, included in that. It's probably about a third of the hole.
And then I think we have the tee for 12 outside the triple SI.
That's correct.
And then this tee for hole 13.
That's correct.
And if you turn down towards the bottom of the site, how much of hole 14 is out with the triple SI?
Apart from the tee that you can see there, everything else is outside the triple SI.
And we can also see another bit of hole 13 with the green, again the green and the apron.
I would suggest, in fairness, that I've always worked off the theory that the clue and burn was the edge. But yes, if this is actually, spot on, I'm not disputing it, but I've always worked on the clue and burn being the edge. In fairness to...
That's how you've treated it?
Yes.
But whoever prepared this plan...
Has done it, yeah.
Has superimposed what they believe to be the boundary?
Yes.
And then hole 15, the whole of hole 15?
Yes, but once again, the different... going back to Mr. Dargey's evidence and Mr. Campbell yesterday, his question, there is some ambiguity if some of 15 is in or out of the triple SI. But on this map, definitely it's out with the triple SI.
It's also south of Burn as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Within the triple SI, which are the holes that are within the forestry feld plantation?
Hole 10 and 11. And partially, I suppose, half of hole 9, if you were... Sorry, fairway 9 to be correct.
So that whole area is the existing feld forestry plantation?
That's correct.
Do you know from your involvement, and it might be that you don't, and Dr. Cosgrove would be the better witness to answer the question, as he was involved in the design stage and you joined the project after that. But do you know whether there was a deliberate strategy to maximise areas out with the boundary or in areas that weren't deemed sand dune habitat?
My understanding is it was to root as much as they could outside and away from sensitive habitat, but Dr. Cosgrove's best placed to answer fully.
So from that view of the plan, do we see that there are 9 holes of the course that are either entirely out with the triple SI or partly out with the triple SI? They vary in extent.
That's correct.
And as you just explained, holes 9, 10 and 11, insofar as the parts of those holes that are within the boundary make use of the plantation area.
That's correct.
If I understood the line of cross-examination correctly regarding the remodelling of hole 7 on the Royal Dornoch course. I think it was being suggested to you that that was indicative that you could create a hole with interest on land adjacent and further away from the sea. I'm not sure if that was the line. What did you understand?
I understood it, and I may have taken it wrong, that you could build a golf course on the top of the hill with the contours that are there now with very little modelling. That's the way I sort of understood it, and that's why I disagreed. So,
are there differences? Do you know Royal Dornoch well?
relatively well.
Are there differences to the terrain and ground at hole 7 on that course to the terrain on the agricultural land?
Some differences. As you go further back, you do get away from the raised beachfront.
Now, Mr. Campbell also asked you questions about the design and that it was feasible to construct an interesting, imaginative course on the agricultural land, paying tribute to the abilities and skills of the designers Coul and Cranshaw, or Bill and Ben, as you like to refer to them. Your response in particular to, well, it was the same theme in response to Malone Prime Minister Mackay, but your response to Malone Prime Minister Campbell was that it would be a mediocre course. Could you remind the inquiry, what is the design objective for this course?
The design objective is to make as good a quality golf course as we can, capturing every aspect of landscape mosaic and attract the most number of high-paying golfers from overseas we can.
And Malone Prime Minister Mackay made reference to the rankings of different courses and the ranking of St Andrews, by way of example. Is there a particular objective to achieve a specific ranking?
Yes, we'd like to get this into as high in the top 100 as we possibly could, because that, by default, brings other people to the area.
As we know from the evidence, Castle Stuart's now been open for 8 years. Whilst it's had considerable success and hosted the Scottish Open within a short period of time, where is it within the rankings?
It's around about 56, I think, something like that, in the latest Golf Digest rankings. The Golf Digest one is the Americans. The Americans use the Golf Digest one as the one to go by.
And we've heard about Machrihanish, which is a new course. Where is that in the ranking?
It's not in the rankings. It's not in the top 100, so I don't know exactly where it is.
What do you attribute that to?
Probably too many design changes and interference. So,
what do you mean by that?
I think, talking to the designers at Machrihanish, they were somewhat constrained, and I think that's really had a knock-on effect on the success of the golf course. I also believe that to be a top 100 golf course, you have to have a certain quality, and I think Mr. Mackay referred to that yesterday. And I don't think the quality, certainly even now, the quality of the fairways at Machrihanish is not the same quality as the fairways at Royal Dornoch, which has been a long time coming, or Castle Stuart, where you get an instant effect. So you only get one chance to make a first impression, and it needs to be good right from the start. And I think that has hindered Machrihanish greatly over the years.
And when you say too many design changes because the designers were constrained by what or who? Well,
it sounds like obviously there were some design changes implemented to avoid certain areas of the desired landscape by S&H, I suppose. And certainly that's the impression I got from talking to the architect.
Professor Angus and his evidence talked about how the developers were prepared to make changes in response to ecological concerns as well. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
what is your understanding as to whether or not the applicants, and by that I mean Mr. Warwick and Mr. Kaiser's intention would be if it was not possible to develop on this land, but rather the only alternative being to use the agricultural land?
They wouldn't develop.
Do you know that from talking to them?
I do, yes.
And why is that?
Basically, it doesn't fit their design remit. They want something which is visually stunning. Also in terms of, once again, landscape mosaic. Mr. Kaiser in particular likes to use natural contours rather than doing big earth movements. And we discussed this back in 2015 at Castle Stewart when we first met Mr. Warnock. Or when I first met Mr. Warnock. I've known Mr. Kaiser considerably longer. And I know that Mike and Todd, their opinion is, you know, it needs to be an absolutely first-class golf course. Although Castle Stewart's very good, and it is, we win awards for it, it doesn't mean that it's a true links experience. And we can feel that as well in, 56 in the world rather than higher up. We don't have history, and that reflects on the rankings, I'm afraid. So.
When alternative methods of construction was being discussed with you, there was discussion about the use of sand and also the use of sand with the proposed design. If you remember, your volumes of different materials were discussed. And I had you noted referring to the sand being imported, but could you just clarify what is the intention as to the source of the sand for the design? At
Coul Links,
yeah.
The sand's in an area just outside the Triple SI, which is it's very local. It's very, very similar to the Triple SI. Indeed, it was part of the area before the railway line transected it many, many years ago.
One source of the sand is the borrow pits on the site, and what is the other source? Would you use the material generated from recontouring?
Yes, basically, yes.
Based on that, again, for clarification, is there any need, as envisaged or planned, to bring sand in from any other source out with the site, application site?
No, certainly not for construction at all.
When you were being asked questions by Mr. Collar about the relocation of the temporary construction compound, there was an exchange over something, I can't remember what it was now, but you were about to answer a question that was put to you as to what the surface of the construction compound would be, and I think this suggestion was being made that it would be tarmacked prior to the construction compound being formed. What is envisaged as to what you would have to do to the existing surface for it to function as a compound?
There's really nothing to do to the existing surface. We just use it as is with, there's already type 1, which is an aggregate laid over the surface, which we can use. It's a hard standing, and it's been used as a farm compound for many years for heavy machinery.
Under reference to the analysis you've done in section 9 of your inquiry report, and it's not necessary to look at it, this is the case studies that you examined in relation to Ramsar sites and existing triple SIs. You were asked, or it was put to you, that in your report there was no discussion about, or you didn't have any information in relation to the wildlife resource when the course was, prior to the course being built. But is that the purpose of your study, to do a before and after comparison?
No, it wasn't. The purpose of my study was to find out when the course was designated, and in this case, certainly Royal St George's and Prince's, they were designated after the golf course was already there, which in my world would indicate that that's a good thing. If they've been designated after the golf course was there, that says to me that triple SIs and golf courses work together.
And this is something that Mr. Taylor will expand upon in his evidence?
That's correct.
Now, there was some debate with you about the possibility of the course having to close if monitoring demonstrated that there was disturbance to the birds. Will the assemblage be the same in the winter on the site as they would be in the summer? And I'm not expecting you to go into detail. Dr. Cosgrove will answer that. But as far as your understanding is concerned? As
far as my understanding is concerned, no, it won't. But I would say that, just to add to that, Castle Stewart does close in the winter, but we still carry out operations right next to a very, very bird-rich environment, and we don't have any effect on them at all, but will be closed for golfers anyway. So.
And the final point, it was put to you at the end of your cross-examination that there couldn't be said, so far as the not Coul case is concerned, that the evidence that had been prepared and submitted had been done in anything other than a proper way with which you agreed. So far as your own productions are concerned, why was it that you lodged documents or wanted to lodge productions such as the video clip and the extracts from social media, not just in relation to not Coul, but also the non-statutory consultees?
Because they're very misleading and over-exaggerated. And felt that we'd been dealt a tough hand right from the start, and I believe that they prejudged even before that they knew the real sort of intricacies of the development.
One such matter of overstatement was touched upon yesterday during your cross when you were taken through the rebuttal of Haspel. And there was discussion about the nature of the dune protection that might be used in the event that it was required. And I think it was suggested to you in cross that they would be essentially like barricades and prevent access. What is the intention regarding maintenance of access, even notwithstanding the possible use of soft techniques for protecting the dunes from erosion?
Access will remain exactly the same. I've worked on golf courses all my life, and slightly different in Scotland with your access code, but generally people look after the areas quite well, and I think it's certainly not our intention to stop anything. It's more a case of encouraging people to come out and enjoy the area.
And Professor Pye can deal with whether it's a good thing or not for people to be clambering along dune faces.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. That concludes the re-examination.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Haspel. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's just take 5 minutes then to allow the next witness to prepare. Thank you.
So just before everybody leaves, I wonder if we might take a little bit longer. When Mr. Taylor was on the phone at the start of proceedings, the contact that he had at Natural England, who he's been waiting to phone him back about this new production, has just been in contact then. So if I could have a bit longer to discuss with him what he was told and take a final view, because that's obviously going to be a procedural matter that will no doubt have to be addressed at the start of Mr. Taylor's evidence.
Okay, how long do you need? 10 minutes. Okay, let's resume then at 25:02. I've had a comment during the break that some members of the public are finding it hard to pick up what all of the participants are saying. So once again, a plea to speak into the microphone. And also I would make a plea to anyone in the audience, if at any stage they're struggling to hear, to raise their hand or somehow make themselves known. Because it's much easier for those of us sitting around the top tables to hear what's going on. And that's the only way we know that the sound isn't getting to you. So please let us know if there's an issue. But for the rest of us, we'll speak into the microphone and try and avoid that situation arising. So, Ms. Wilson, have you anything to tell us before you introduce your next witness?
Thank you for reminding me, sir. Yes, I do. The document tendered by my learned friend yesterday morning Yes, I was saying that the document that was tendered yesterday morning by my learned friend Mr. Campbell, it's been possible to investigate the background such that my witness is able to answer questions about it. So for that reason, I don't object to it, notwithstanding the fact there doesn't seem to be a proper reason for it not having been lodged when it became available to Dr. Dargy.
I'm much obliged for the removal of temporary objection. I think I explained why it wasn't lodged on the day it was received, and don't need to repeat myself.
Okay, the only thing I'd say in relation to that is I'm conscious we're devoting quite a lot of time to golf courses which are not in the east part of Sutherland, and we really need to spend as much inquiry time as we've got on the Coul to discuss the merits or otherwise of the Coul Links site, and we're not keen to be too diverted by any detailed discussion of other sites that are not before the Scottish ministers. Okay, would you like to introduce your witness?
Yes, thank you, sir. The next witness is Mr. Robert Taylor, and he's giving evidence on behalf of the applicants in relation to the advice he's provided on ecology and translocation. So, if you have no objection and to speed up the delivery of the evidence in chief, I was just going to briefly introduce the witness through leading questions myself and then just put the other questions that I have to him, rather than have him read out his whole recognition.
I'm happy with that if the other parties are. I think we've all had the opportunity to read the recognition. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, as you note in your recognition, you're employed by STRI, and you've set out your experience and qualifications, but could you just explain to the inquiry and the audience what STRI is and what your role is with them?
Thank you. The STRI we'll get there. So the STRI is the Sports Turf Research Institute, who was set up in 1929 by the R&A and the home unions to serve golf in a research and advisory capacity. We have become very global. We have offices now in Australia, in China and Qatar, as well as obviously here in the UK. I started with STRI 30 years ago, in 1989, as an advisor. So I was one of the agronomists that Chris mentions. I was asked fairly early on in my career with STRI to set up an ecology and environment service at a time when golf wasn't at all ready to accept ecology. Ecology was still an academic word, and I had to change a whole culture, the culture of the industry of golf. And that's what I've been doing for the last 30 years. So I run the ecology and environment side of STRI. STRI also has design, stadia, research. We are the largest research organisation in the world as well. So it's quite a sizable organisation, probably with about 150 or so employees.
Thank you. Mr. Haskell in his evidence spoke about the importance, the experiential importance for the success of a golf course. What do you bring to the table in relation to creating that?
I have seen golf courses, probably the majority of golf courses throughout the UK, and many in Europe and one or two further afield. And over my 30 years, I have seen that, I suppose firstly I should say that I am a passionate conservationist. I'm a passionate naturalist. I used to be the secretary of the Doncaster Naturalist Society. I was the secretary there for over 12 years, Home Secretary, working with amateur naturalists who have a great deal of passion and interest. And that gave me a wide understanding of species identification, an understanding of habitat functioning, and later on habitat management. When I started to look at golf courses, the reason STRI asked me to move my position from agronomist to setting up the ecology service was because they saw that passion and that enthusiasm. And the enthusiasm came from working purely within golf on a day-to-day basis, seeing the many benefits of golf. And I think it is there's a lot of misconceptions about golf, as I had. And for the record, I don't play golf. I live and breathe golf, but I don't play it.
That may be, Mr. Taylor, why you enjoy being involved in the golf industry, because you don't play it.
So within that, I have seen a lot of golf courses, and I've seen a lot of excellent habitat types. Our golf courses, whether the golfers or the people that live or play the game, whether they understand it, every golf course is a nature reserve for the resident and the visiting wildlife.
Mr. Taylor, can I interrupt you there, please? Sorry? Can I interrupt you there? As you know, the reporter, Mr. Bryan, just asked all of us to focus our questions and answers very much on Coul links. So I want you to explain your background so people understand where your evidence is coming from and your depth of experience. I think we have got that from your evidence. But linked to what you just explained in terms of your background, one issue that's already been debated in the evidence here with SNH is whether or not the conservation management that golf courses can carry out, it delivers biological results and not just superficial results for the attractiveness of the course. What's your position in relation to ecological dynamism on golf courses, and whether that is something that can be actively managed?
Yes, I think in terms of the dynamism that's been mentioned and the freezing dynamism from Professor Angus, all of our statutory authorities are recognising the need to implement active management through our coastal systems because they are becoming overfixed. Mr. Coppins in his report that I read about the lichens, refers to the need for mobile sand, for remobilisation, for the dynamism to enable new colonists to come in, and following that, the stabilisation over time to allow these species to establish. And Graham Earle, in a thesis that Dr. Darji has put forward, at the back of that thesis, he also alludes to the need for more recognition to the creation of mobile sand. And I think that's the UK-wide. It's all our golf courses are changing because of atmospheric nitrogen deposition as one of the main causes, and through natural succession. So my role at Coul has been to impress on the applicant the need, if this goes ahead, to work continuously to improving the status of the dune land, which is, through natural succession and other influences, already changing.
And you heard Mr. Haspel say this morning that the objective, the project objective and the design philosophy is to create a course that can get in as high up in the top 100 as possible. In your opinion, what does that mean in terms of the developer's motivation to act on your advice?
I think that's obviously applaudable. That's necessary for this project to succeed. The economic argument that will be discussed later is very much based upon a golf course fitted and not plonked or placed. It's fitted into the environment, the receiving environment that is being considered here. And sorry, this is a slight digression. Back in the 1990s, lots of farmland was given over to golf to try to, with the diversification from farmland to golf in mind. Many of those courses have failed simply because of the lack of need for golf courses within the farmland landscape. To make this aspiration or this project truly viable, we need the environment that's being discussed here. And the reason for that is because the environment is key to everything that golfers desire. The reason that golfers go out at 6 o'clock in the morning is not to beat the queues and the tee times that was mentioned yesterday. It's because there is the bird chorus. There are things in front of them. It's the mental and physical health, well-being attributes that golf brings. And these features are there. They are totally necessary for the playing of the game. And if I was under any misillusion that the applicant was to destroy those environment features, I wouldn't be sitting here now.
Mr. Taylor, could you look please at Mr. Haspel's inquiry report? It will be provided to you. Unless, do you have it available?
I think I might, if I can find it.
Could you turn to page 27, please? 27 of his report. We see figure 42, the machinery that's used in trimming of heather. This was discussed with Mr. Haspel. First of all, what steps are taken with this type of machinery to avoid impact damage?
Yeah, the equipment there was a little bit confusing yesterday. There are two pictures. One shows on the right-hand side essentially a giant vacuum cleaner, and that is going across, cutting the top of the heather to collect what we call the the capsules. The capsules contain heather seed, and in that particular picture, they are collecting heather seed so that they can spread it into other prepared areas, which, for the purpose of this inquiry, would be areas of bare sand, which would remove the neutral to mesotrophic grassland and reinstate the dune heath using the on-site source. The picture to the left shows quite a clever machine. It's an all-in-one cut, scarify and collect machine. There are a number of these which could be purchased, but they flail, they scarify and they collect the orisins. And collection of orisins is obviously crucial, as Professor Angus, I think, alluded to as well, if we are to reduce nutrients. The equipment that would be used at Coul Links would obviously it would need low-pressure tyres, the kind of tyres that would would have very minimal impact on the surface.
And how do you achieve structural diversity in the managed rough?
Yeah, this was mentioned again yesterday. Structural diversity is key in ecology to any habitat, be it a woodland, where we're looking at canopy structure from ground layer field to understory to upper canopy, or in a heathland. With the heathland, in this situation, we would be looking to cutting through that first section of what we've called here the managed rough, but leaving areas mature to degenerate, because those areas too have ecological value. At the same time, it's also good to take out some of the more degenerate heather to reinstate bare sand. And bare sand is actually an Annex 1 feature as part of the fixed dunes under the European Union's Habitat Directive. And so and I think it would be fair to say that SNH, just like Natural England, National Resources Wales, Northern Ireland Environment Agency, we need 5 to 10% to achieve our favourable condition status objectives. So I think what I am trying to impress on the applicant is that we would need to work to remove scrub, to remove tree encroachment, to bring about bare sand, which is part of the heathland environment.
And would you carry out the cuts at a uniform height as suggested? I know within the definitions we've looked at in the environmental statement it gives a range, but how would you achieve different heights?
No, we would be looking to leave areas. It might be that the applicant is wanting some strong heather to the back of the green, and that would never get touched as part of the managed rough. The next section may be to use something like that cut, flail, collect equipment to cut to 300 millimetres, and that would simply remove the top 50 or so millimetres. And that would be that serves two purposes: one, to keep the heather in good condition, and two, to get the seed source to be able to increase the dune heath further. Closer to the line of play, we would also be looking to reduce the height to 150 to 175 millimetres, depending upon the need. And that would be, again, it enables some of the play, but it also creates that structural diversity that is so important if we are to satisfy the diversity of wildlife that will live within the dune heath.
Thank you. Related to the condition of the heather, an issue raised by SNH and followed up with Mr. Haspel yesterday is the question of trampling. And Milana from Mr. Mackay put the scenario of possibly a group of 8 people out on a regular basis throughout the golfing season, the players and the caddies. Is trampling an issue that would be managed?
Yes, I think it was probably SNH that quoted from my preface of one of the heather books that I have written, and saying that even innocuous walking can have a detrimental effect. Trampling is a disturbance pressure. Any physical destruction of the foliage, the leaves, is what we would call a disturbance pressure, and that can have an impact on heather. We have recognised that, we do recognise it, and we have to work to try to minimise the impacts of disturbance. And it would be wrong, I think what was the statement about the innocuous walking is taken out of context. We have over 400 heathland golf courses within the UK. Some of our finest golf courses are heathlands, and Mr. Aspel yesterday mentioned the links courses, but the heathland courses too. Places like Sunningdale, Hankley Common, Worplesdon, Walton Heath. The list would go on. Notts Golf Club is another really good example of heathlands operating within the golfing environment. And the heather is not receding, it's not being lost. It's there because of the type of management the types of management that we do in recognising the impacts of disturbance. What does that mean? It means that, for example, if a golfer goes out with the caddies, well, firstly, and this is something I've been impressing on the old course at St Andrews, is to provide the training for caddies, to get them to understand the impacts of disturbance, so that when someone goes out there and the ball is offline, it's in the heather, we ask them to play a 90-degree rule. A golfer will always follow the line of his ball. So if he's going into the heather to find the ball, he will take his trolley with him. Then he'll take all his caddies, and then he'll find the ball, he'll select a club, he'll play the ball, and then he will walk with his trolley towards the green, all the way down and through the heather. And that is not necessary. If the caddies are aware of the need, and this would have to be policed by Mr. Aspel, Mr. Warnock, and the management of Coul Links, they would walk into the heather with the club, not the trolley, they would play the ball, and they would walk back out on the same line. Now, not everyone is going to play to the same spot. The play will be randomised along the length of the hole. And so, in that way, that's just one example of how we would manage the disturbance.
In the situation where the player is out with the caddy, which was being postulated, I think it's correct to say that the caddy would be carrying the clubs. There wouldn't be a trolley. That would be players playing alone.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
But just turning to the 90-degree rule, is the idea to go into the header at that angle from the fairway so that a minimum amount of walking is carried out over it?
Yes, a minimum amount of walking, minimum intrusion or impact in the heather.
Are you familiar from a golf course management point of view, ecological management point of view, with the issue discussed by Professor Angus in his evidence, the edge effect along paths, for instance? Is that something that can be managed?
It is. The edge effect can be positive in a lot of cases as well as negative. It doesn't have to be negative. A lot of our wildlife utilise the edge of any habitat as a preference to the centre. And if Coul Links seek my advice and our advisors' advice, it may be that a number of those paths, for example, are not taken out, stripped out, and an amenity turf be put in there. So we've got a 3 to 5 metre pathway. I would be looking to try to use the turf that is already there simply by mowing it down and using it wherever possible. In some areas, clearly that won't be possible because of the maybe acute nature of the terrain, and there might be some settling of the ground, but that could be done simply by lifting the existing turf and laying it back in situ. But the reason I say that is because that turf is much more resilient. It's much more what we call acclimated, in effect, acclimatized to the environment that it lives in. If we bring outside turf, then that is less acclimatized and less resilient. So by using the same turf, although we've modified the vegetation slightly, we have not really affected the impacts of what are being called here the edge effects. Many species can cross these land bridges, especially if the vegetation is similar. So the impact, rather than being direct, would be indirect, and it would be modified rather than direct loss. But for the purposes of transparency in the ES, we have called all of the pathways a direct loss, and it's just to be open and transparent.
So you recall that Mr. Haspel was asked some questions about the repair of paths and whether, if they fell into disrepair, that might encourage people to walk off the paths. How easy is it to manage repairs to worn pathways?
This is something we call alternation of where there's a number of ways which we can manage the trampling. It may be that the golf club have a rigorous policing relationship so that golfers are told from the outset through notices on the first tee that they do not deviate from these areas. Courses like Ankley Common put small posts and rail fences at very low height just down the more important sections of carriers to make sure that golfers don't walk four abreast, for example. That wouldn't happen at Coul Links, but it could be that ropes and hoops could be utilised at certain times of the year on a temporary basis just to make sure people are directed along the routines that the club want.
And insofar as it's open to the club to make its own rules, can it make rules as to the circumstances in which the ball has to be declared lost rather than going to look for it and play on?
Certainly it can, yes. If areas are designated as ecological areas, and Mr. Aspel will be very aware of the situations out in Germany, in Denmark, in Scandinavia, where areas are classed as ecology areas by the local authorities, not the golf club, and so play cannot commence within those areas. But I think with appropriate management, we don't need to go that far. They are still acting in the ecological function of these habitats is still very much intact without that kind of recourse.
Part of your evidence is addressing the issue of the use of fertilisers. And there has been some interchangeable use of nitrogen and nitrates. We know that SNH has two separate concerns. One is nitrates in irrigation water, and then separately the leaching of nitrogen from fertilisers. Can you explain the difference between the two, as to which is relevant to each effect?
Certainly. So I'm just pulling up an aide-memoire for myself here, so that I don't give any confusion. Yeah, fertilisers are normally a mix of nitrogen sources. Most amenity fertilisers tend to use ammonium and urea. We try to keep away from nitrates because nitrates are highly leachable. And there has been interchanging discussions here, some people talking about the nitrates. Well, the nitrates affect the groundwater, and we talk about nitrates in milligrams per litre. But the nitrogen that would be applied to the golf course would be nitrogen in either the urea form or the ammonium form, which would not be leachable to the same extent, and that would be applied in grams per metre squared or kilograms per hectare. There are different forms of fertiliser. There are quick release fertilisers, there are controlled release fertilisers, and we would be looking very much through the growing period, through that establishment phase, where it has been established that there is more likely potential for leaching. We would be using controlled release products. These are coated granules that break down over time. They would have a mix of urea and ammonium, nitrogen, but the release would be over 1 month, 2 months, and it could even be longer than that, depending upon the types of products. Coul Links will be using mostly inorganic fertilisers, which are better than the organic forms. Organic forms do tend to use a bit more of the leaching nitrates, and so I think I would be looking to stick towards inorganic forms. But the fertiliser blends are reported on the bag. It shows it on the bag, and they're just in accord with the UK and EU fertiliser regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. As you know, they're not cool. Dr. Dargy claims that the use of fertilisers represent a significant risk to pollution to groundwater. Have you read his evidence on this topic?
I have done, yes.
And what is your response to the broad causation argument?
To be perfectly honest, the actual extent of information provided is bewildering. I think it is designed to make the point that is this working? It's just going on and off now. The content of the report seems to be really good at first impression, and it probably will be to any normal layperson, general public. But when you start to read it, in places it's certainly misinterpreted, maybe not really understood, and sometimes comes over quite disingenuous. There's a lot of supposition within the objections. One example, if I may. Firstly, Dr. Dargy, if he wanted to give a totally independent overview, could have quite easily gone onto the websites and looked at the amount of independent and impartial research that's being carried out on fertilisers. It's all out there. But he chose not to. He looked at his own cause to show the point that he wants to make using quite spurious values. For example, 200 kilograms of nitrogen will be used per hectare through the growing period. That's correct, but Dr. Dargy doesn't say that that will be used over a season. There's no way that advice would be provided to Coul Links to the effect that we would apply 200 kilograms in one treatment. That would never happen. Dr. Dargy then goes on to talk about, let's assume a 10% leachate. Let's assume a higher level of 25% potentially leaching into watercourses. I would like to know where those figures come from, because it's not in any research. The research shows that through all the lysimeter studies undertaken, whether it be through the United States Gulf Greenkeeping Association, that's USGA, through STRI, or through the Danish research of the Forum.
If you sit back from the microphone, I'll push it away from you.
Through the Forum Institute in Denmark, through STRI. All of these research organisations have come to similar conclusions, that fertiliser will not leach at levels above 0.5 kilograms per hectare. The normal levels are 0.2. The maximum is normally 0.5. Even in America, under hurricane situations, applying it when at heavy loadings of nitrogen during storm periods, we've not been able to see levels of nitrogen leach more than 2.5%, and that is in an absolute worst case scenario.
What did you say? Sorry, was the normal maximum? I didn't know.
0.2 to 0.5 kilograms per hectare would be normal. But Dr. Darji talks about 10% and 25% of the 200 kilograms is potentially leachable. There are other factors that we need to consider here too. Just because something is potentially leachable does not mean it will leach. It depends upon the amount of grass cover, which clearly during the early stages will be minimal. It depends upon the organic content within the surface, which, as Mr. Aston said to yesterday, is present and will be retained. There's no way it will not be applying to a direct sand. A level of organic material will be there. And we have to also consider the depth of the profile before the groundwater. How deep is that? Is it 1 foot to the groundwater, 300 millimetres, or is it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 metres? When it gets to the groundwater, how much groundwater is there? What's the dilution effect? Because if we're looking at 0.2 kilograms per hectare of potentially leachable product going down into a cup with a little bit of water in, that would be a significant impact. But if we are looking at groundwater over, as Dr. Darji says, 153 hectares, that's not my figure, then 0.2 kilograms of nitrogen, which would work out about 0.1 gram, one handful is 35 grams. So 0.1 within that hand, that would be absolutely tiny. So going into a groundwater system, it would be minimal. But again, I reiterate that just because something is potentially leachable does not mean it will leach. And Mr. Haspel will be advised to apply chemicals in accord with need and demand from the plants. He will look at the plants, and when they start to turn a bit yellow, or he feels through his experience that his need to reapply, then and only then would the nitrogen be used.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So that concludes the evidence in chief.
Has anyone got any paracetamols?
Okay, let's just take another 5-minute break here. We'll resume at past. Okay, let's crack on then, please. What comes next is the cross-examination of Mr. Taylor. I just have a couple of questions arising out of recognition, please, Mr. Taylor, before we move on. Have you got that to hand? Yeah. If you switch on your microphone so we can talk across to each other. The first one, your paragraph 3.1, you're telling us about the recent works at Royal Portrush Golf Club and the successful translocation of over 6 hectares of coastal grassland. First question on that was, how recent was that?
That was undertaken 2015 and 16, I believe. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. At what stage do you think it's reasonable to conclude that it's been successful? I mean, what period of time would have to elapse?
I think Professor Angus had a point the other day when he was giving evidence and said what may be acceptable from a golfing point of view might not be acceptable from an ecological point of view. And so it depends upon the nature of your question, really, as to how I answer.
Right. Well, here I'm looking, the main concern we have here, you'll appreciate, is the effect on habitats and the SSSI. So at what point do you think it would be fair to say that from a habitats point of view, the work had been successful?
Clearly, you've got the initial translocation, which is successful in its own right. That's creating opportunities, but they will be short-term. And all we can do then is try to monitor the outcome over time to look at the benefits for the other assemblages of wildlife that may be living within it. And so, to a degree, I suppose that will depend upon the species that we are interested in.
I suppose what I'm getting at is it premature to reach a judgment on something that's only been there a few years to say whether or not it's been successful?
Right. I think that a lot of the evidence to date is saying that translocation is implausible. Some of the objections have said that translocation is impossible. I think the evidence we've heard to now from Mr. Aspel and hopefully through today will be able to change that view to say that translocation is possible. The next part of that is how viable is translocation on conserving the species contained. It is my experience, looking at results but not providing written research-led case studies, that translocation can be really successful in maintaining the species assemblages. It would, for example, be possible in Ireland, and certainly along the Northern Ireland coastline, be possible to look at the narrow-lipped whorl snail, which is an internationally protected species. The translocation could move an whole population of those snails, and once it's back in the ground, whilst with the vegetation being conserved, there is no reason whatsoever why those snails would be adversely impacted, providing appropriate methodology was selected from the start and providing supervision throughout the process was given.
Okay, thank you. Later, another variation on the same point, I suppose. At the end of 3.2, you refer to the JNCC policy as being quite old, having been published in 2003, and doesn't take account of the advances that have been made in successful habitat translocation. I'm presuming that the 2003 policy was based on peer-reviewed research. Am I right in that?
Yes, I wasn't involved, but at that time. But clearly, from Professor Angus, we did learn of the background to JNCC policy, on Monday and into Tuesday. Tuesday into Wednesday.
And I'm also assuming from what we've heard so far that we're not yet at the stage of having peer-reviewed research on what has happened since 2003.
I think it's true that there is little research-led case studies to direct a change of that policy. But I come here today with experiential evidence and 30 years of working in this kind of area, speaking honestly, I hope that comes over, that with supervision, with direction, translocation can be successful. And I'm not in a position to say we need to change JNCC policy because I haven't written up the case studies, but with the advances and the evolution of the machinery we use now, creating bespoke machinery to be able to enact that translocation, and we're still using the Anderson best practice guidelines, Penny Anderson guidelines, which have been submitted as information. We are able to translocate quite effectively to the benefit of the vegetation assemblage and the species assemblages.
And is that point a universal one? Or are you saying that translocation is now successful across the types of habitat and species, or is the point you're making that within the habitats that you're familiar with and the species that you're familiar with having translocated, your experience tells you that it can work subject to the caveats you've said? I'm just wondering how wide the point can run.
I think that it does have to be tempered with the kind of habitat that we are dealing with. I think the translocation of dune slack, for example, vegetation, would be more critical, more difficult. I think that certainly on the Menai project, a lot of the ground was sand-based with very ephemeral lichen and moss assemblages. That would not be able to, we would not be able to translocate that in the conventional sense. We would have to look at other options to try to salvage that through milling of the surface. Did that come over? Milling of the surface to remove the top and collect it and spread it, and then look for the propagules, the seeds, etc., to recolonize over time. So that would be a very different type of translocation. But for the purposes of Coul links and dune heath, then from a practical perspective, I know that dune heath can be translocated as long as we've got the right kind of equipment, the right kind of support from the clients that we are working with.
So you yourself have been involved in the translocation of dune heath?
Yes, I have, yeah. It was said the other day, I think by Mr. Rooney, Dr. Rooney, that pictures only provide a snapshot in time, possibly a year or two after the event. And that's true. But it does show at golf clubs like Sillophon Solway, which have got some of the finest decalcified dune heath, at Royal Troon, within the Triple SI there, on the old course, at Carnoustie on the Budden course, which is at that part of that I think is outside of the Triple SI, the SAC, at Royal County Down in Northern Ireland. That this kind of work is successful and can be achieved. And the pictures just provide, they're not intended to do any more than show the areas where this kind of work has been undertaken.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, Mr. Mackay, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr Taylor, can I take you to inquiry report, please? Okay. And at paragraph 1.17, page 4, you indicate that your first involvement in the project came in June 2017.
Sorry, did you say 17?
1.17, page 4.
Yeah, 1.17.
You say that your first involvement in the project began in June 2017. Can you tell me, please, whether at that stage the design of the project was fixed, or whether there was still consideration being given to the golf course iterations that are shown in the design and access statement?
The proposal at that stage was largely fixed. We were called in at a relatively late stage to procure the ES and to pull it all together. And to,
as I understand it, although Dr. Cosgrove prepared or his consultancy prepared the chapters for ecology and ornithology, STRI were the lead consultants who coordinated the environmental impact assessment and drew together the environmental statement.
Yes, sorry, that's correct.
So as part of that, were you interested in the question of alternatives, that being an issue that requires to be addressed under the EIA regulations?
Given that I do a similar, I work similar to Mr. Cosgrove, and as would any ecology organisation, I would want to look, if I'm producing an ES, I would want to look at the alternatives because that's part of the EIA guidelines.
And is that why STRI produced the design and access statement themselves?
Yes, it was I think it was still an outstanding area that we recognised needed compiling and producing, and so we took that on with consent of the applicant.
Yeah. So the point that you became involved, and the design and access statement is an STRI document, as you know. Was that a question of reporting the iterations that had been considered as shown in the figures 1 to 5 within the design and access statement?
I think I've missed. Sorry, I don't really understand what you said there. So STRI produced this, and you were thinking of one.
Right.
Could I have a look at the access
Of course,
statement?
CD102, please.
Sorry, would you like to just repeat the question?
CD102 is the document. Have a look at that first, please.
Sorry, so you are looking at...
So I'm looking at CD102, which is the design and access statement produced by STRI, and it's dated September 2017.
Yeah, I've got that.
So from the point, do you remember when it was in June that you were first instructed? Maybe you don't, but if you do.
I think it was June 2017,
Yes,
I
but
think.
when in June?
Sorry, when?
When in June?
I don't know. It's certainly within the month of June.
Right. So between June and September 2017, STRI have been able to produce a design and access statement. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you yourself produce this document,
No.
or was it some within the consultancy?
No, this would have been another part of the organisation.
So were you involved personally in any discussions over the design of the course, specifically in relation to the suggestion that had been made at an earlier stage by SNH that consideration should be given to placing more of the holes out with the SSSI? Were you involved in any discussions at that stage?
As I said earlier, the design was relatively fixed, but the discussion was more centred about what have you done in terms of alternatives so that we can put that into the ES.
All right, Blanche, thank you. Now, in terms of translocation, can we look please at paragraphs 3.8 and 8.4 of your inquiry report? 3.8, first of all, is page 11 of your inquiry report.
Okay.
You say at 3.8, Mr. Taylor has significant experience of Dune Heath translocation and has worked with Mr. Haspel to successfully translocate this type of vegetation at Castle Stewart. And if you look over at paragraph 8.4, please, in your conclusions. That's on page 75.
And that was
8.4, page 75. Yep. The last two lines of on that page, there's a sentence beginning that the translocation would be, do you see that?
Yep, it would be carried out under supervision.
Yeah, of Mr. Chris Haspel, who has extensive experience of the successful translocation of Dune Heath at other golf courses. Now, it emerged in Mr. Haspel's cross-examination that, in fact, he has no experience of successful Dune Heath translocation, and in particular, that there was no translocation of Dune Heath at Castle Stewart. When you say in your recognition at 3.8 that you worked with Mr. Haspel to successfully translocate Dune Heath vegetation at Castle Stewart, at the time, did you understand that that's what you were doing?
Yeah. It would have been, no, sorry. I think starting that line of defence, I was called to Castle Stewart to give advice as to the methodology and the nature of the work. I walked the site and I provided a report on the findings and the appropriateness and the kind of methodology that we would be looking to do. I do recognise that the vegetation that has been translocated is upland heath, not dune heath. Certainly no question.
I know you appreciate that now. My question was, did you realise that at the time?
At the time, this was before, I think the last visit I did was 2008 to look at the success. So earlier than that, I would have visited and discussed the methodology. I've not been to up into the the moorland where the heather was taken, and
I'm sorry, I'm not following this, Mr. Taylor. You say at 3.8 that you worked with Mr. Haspel in the past tense to successfully translocate this type of vegetation at Castle Stewart, which it may be that you need to
okay. The work that I do is to advise, not to. I don't do any practical hands-on work. My role is to advise, and at that time I advised on the methodologies and the appropriateness and the to give the initial advice as to how we might go about doing that work.
Right. And is that the case in the other projects you've been involved in, that you don't get involved in the actual process itself of carrying out the translocation? What you do is advise on procedures that should be followed according to best practice guidance? Absolutely.
I don't sit on a tractor and do the work. I talk to the clients, provide the necessary advice that's required for them to successfully translocate, as has been shown at Castle Stewart.
And does that mean then that, from your point of view, you're reliant upon the individual golf club to employ individuals who understand what type of habitat it is they're actually dealing with? Absolutely, and that is critical.
That is a really good point. I suppose that I wouldn't be sitting here today if there was a failing in any way within the people that are employed. My whole reputation is based upon the successful delivery of these projects.
Well, success will come on to Mr. Taylor, because I think we can agree, as I think probably already have to some extent in the questions, that there are different measures of success. Can we agree, for example, that photographs showing heather plants in no way supports the proposition that there's been successful translocation of dune heath habitat in all its diversity?
Absolutely. It does show that translocation is successful
No,
and
no.
can be successful.
No, sorry.
And we are talking about two different things. I appreciate that.
Yes, the process
The
of
process.
lifting and laying has been successful. I'm talking about the maintenance of the habitat that you started with.
And I think this...
Hold on,
Yep,
excuse me.
sorry.
The maintenance of that habitat being successful in the longer term. That's the area that SNH are concerned about, that the reporters are interested in. And in that respect, you have little or no verifiable scientific evidence to put before the inquiry. Would you accept?
Yes. But to me, it's frustrating that I haven't got that now and I can't sit here today. When I was asked to take part at this inquiry, I found it difficult because all I have is experiential evidence, which still should stand up under EIA scrutiny. The experiential evidence is still important. But we also need to ask why there is a failing for monitoring. And on many projects, there's obviously the cost of translocation, but as a consultant, it's my duty to say we must monitor. Throughout the process, as ECOW, I need to be on site through the different stages of all of that. But then at the end, it would be good to adopt a 5-year monitoring programme, at least 5 years, and let's get that into place. Golf clubs would say to me, why do I need it? Well, certainly if it's a protected site, I expect to be able to provide that monitoring case studies to SNH, maybe to Island Council and to the other councils around the UK. What I have found, as we've done this work, even though there's been maybe a condition attached to some of the work, that as soon as the project is determined within the inquiry or through planning, then the statutory authorities tend just to ease away from it. And that's occurred at Renaissance, for example, where they were asked to monitor. They monitored for a while, but no one really questioned them about the monitoring, and it wasn't followed up, it wasn't policed, and therefore that stopped. I'm working now down at Royal St George's in a similar capacity, translocating, and it is important. I'm making this point because I would like it to be part of this project going forward, even if it's a condition. And I know that I'm not speaking out of turn when, with Mr. Warnock in the house, in the room, because he has already pledged to ensure the monitoring over the short term. And that's what we need. We do need that.
Okay, agreed. And we'll come on to monitoring in a bit more detail later. But one of the other things that can happen after consent is granted is that the focus of the operator of the golf course can shift from getting consent to actually running a golf course. And that also places or can place pressures. And that's one of the reasons I understand that you have provided articles in trade journals emphasising and encouraging golf course operators to remember their responsibilities in relation to the environment, and indeed increasingly so over the last few years. Is that also your sentiment?
Again, my reputation and the reputation of golf is crucial, is built upon good practice. All we need is one bad practice, and we've been talking about. No, I'll not go there. We need good practice moving forward, and so that's crucial for the.
And one of the reasons that you favour long-term monitoring is that, following what you would describe as good practice, you want to have the scientific evidence that shows that this technique, which I think you would agree at the moment remains an experimental technique, is actually working.
Please, can we have that?
Yes. Now, I don't know whether you have had the chance, or indeed.
Can I just qualify that, please, by saying that I said, please, can we have the monitoring? If I didn't think translocation would be successful, I wouldn't have said that just then, because I would be trying to hide behind something. I have nothing to hide with translocation, and I think what you will find, because it's the problem with golf is that It's often been seen as a selfish land use. It's there for the very few.
I'm really sorry. I think I'm going to have to intervene here. I know you're trying to be helpful by going beyond the answers to the question, but if you could just confine yourself to the very strict limits of the question, there will also be supplementary questions to allow you to fill in further detail, and also Ms. Wilson have the opportunity to fill in any gaps that might have arisen. Thank you.
I don't know whether you have had the opportunity to read the scientific papers that have been produced by SNH's witnesses in support of their position that because this is an experimental technique, there are all sorts of issues that arise. I'm thinking in particular, I don't want, for reasons of time, as the reporters explained, I don't want to take you through all of those documents. I would like to take you to the paper by John Box from 2014. Are you familiar with that one?
I am, yes.
Now, that's SNH 34.
It's okay, I've got it. It's okay, I've got that, I think. Okay.
And if you turn, please, to page 543.
Yeah.
Now, do you know John Box as an individual and professional?
I don't, no.
Are you familiar with the fact that he has a consultancy who offer translocation services in a similar way that your firm
Through
does also?
Atkins, yeah.
But also, it's fair to acknowledge that Mr. Box is a professional and able scientist, and he's well respected in the industry. And because of his interest in this area, he's, in relative terms, a strong proponent of translocation, in much the way that you are, saying that this is a technique that can work if deployed carefully, and so on. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And can we look what he says about the issue of translocation at page 543, in the left-hand column on page 543? Do you have that?
Yes.
Do you have that, sirs?
There needs to be a clear...
Yes. There needs to be a clear recognition by all parties involved in development projects that habitat translocation is not an alternative to in situ conservation. That's the JNCC policy, which you, to be fair, haven't challenged at this inquiry.
That's fine.
Yeah. And that habitat translocation is a means of compensating for unavoidable losses of habitats.
Yep.
Do you agree with that also?
Absolutely.
National planning policy in the United Kingdom in relation to biodiversity sets out the mitigation hierarchy of avoidance of impacts, reduction of impacts, and finally compensation for impacts that cannot be avoided or reduced. And in this sentence, habitat translocation is not an alternative to avoidance or reduction of impacts on biodiversity in development projects. It's a method of last resort to be used in the same way that habitat creation would be in the circumstances. So he's setting the general principles, the starting point, if you like, and saying it's a measure of last resort, but then if it is to be done, this is the way in which it should be done. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. Yep. I understand that.
And over the page, still on page 543, the second new paragraph beginning simply creating, do you have that?
Yep, I have that.
Simply creating a replacement habitat or translocating an existing habitat will always be subject to a degree of uncertainty in terms of how successful the operation will be. And I take it you would also agree with that statement.
Certainly.
Yeah. If we go over the page, please, to where the risks are identified at page 544, in the first substantive paragraph, it says there are risks of failure in moving habitats as there are with creating habitats. But reasons for success or failure in habitat translocation are starting to be understood in both a general sense as well as for specific habitats. The critical success factors for successful habitat translocation can be summarised as matching the environmental context of the receptor site to that of the donor site in terms of the soil type, soil pH and nutrient status, soil drainage, local hydrology, slope and aspect, biogeographical context and connectivity to similar habitat, using an appropriate translocation methodology and suit able plant and machinery at the ideal time of year, managing and monitoring the translocated habitats for sufficient time to allow the habitats to develop both maturity and complexity in order that remedial actions can be applied at required. And I take it you agree with all of that?
I do, yes.
And then lastly, please, on this page, on the right-hand side, I think reflecting your evidence earlier, above the heading Policy Issues and Research Topics is a paragraph that begins monitoring habitat. Monitoring habitat translocations over the long term is critical because this enables a successful outcome to be achieved through allowing remedial actions to be implemented. Furthermore, the data from such monitoring will result in a greater understanding of the ecological and engineering limitations associated with habitat translocation, improved and cheaper habitat translocation methodologies, and an increase in the likelihood of success. So he's emphasising that you need to monitor over the longer term in order to learn lessons effectively. And what you'd like to see for this project is that if the consent is given, there should be a long-term monitoring so that any lessons about failure, of techniques that worked but didn't work, of issues that arose after translocation, that can all be brought together and lessons can be learned. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now,
there is one more line in the box, in the abstract, in Boxer's, John Boxer's article. It's just midway, and it does say that, and I think it runs through the theme of this document, that habitat translocation is another mechanism that can contribute to the delivery. So it is, accepted, even albeit as compensation, with all the caveats that you've mentioned there.
Obliged. Okay. Well, we'll finish with this document for just now. Thank you. Can we look at the Penny Anderson guidance that you mentioned at 322, and you mentioned earlier in your evidence? That's the guidance that you are seeking to recommend to your client that should be followed at Coul Links. Is that correct?
Yes, I think initially the methodology that I have provided has been produced, sorry, the updated translocation plan, the methodology, has been provided with the Penny Anderson guidance strongly in mind. So yes, it follows the best guidance.
Okay.
Through.
So can we have then the updated translocation plan, which is AP 120, and also the Anderson guidance, which is SNH 90? Okay. Okay. Do you have that, sirs? It's SNH 90. I think Ms. Wilson's still hunting.
I've got it. SNH 90. Not to borrow mine.
It might help if you go to page 14 in the first instance, Mr. Taylor. Page 14 of SNH 90. Now, At section 2.2, there's some background dealing with the planning system. Habitat translocation affects the character of the habitat negatively to a greater or lesser extent, which in essence is the position of Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney. I don't take it that you dispute that, in fact.
Sorry, Mr. Mackay, is that 2.2 in my translocation plan or 2.2 in
No, sorry,
Anderson?
it's SNH90. We're looking at the Anderson guidance. Yeah. And then we'll come to look at your translocation plan in just a moment, but starting first with SNH90 at page 14.
Okay. Dealing with the planning system.
Yes, 2.2.
Okay. Yep.
It says habitat translocation affects the character of the habitat negatively to a greater or lesser extent, which is just put to you was essentially the position of Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney. And I take it you don't actually disagree with that as such from a scientific point of view.
No, the act of translocation, the process of translocation is a last resort. We understand that. Whether it's success or not success, there's going to be an impact in doing that work. And so I can concur with that. Whether it's long-term, short-term, is a different matter.
All right, thank you. This will affect its nature conserve value, probably significantly for high-value sites such as a site of scientific interest. Now, I'm not asking you to express a view on that because that's not the focus of your evidence. That's for others to take a view on. But I just ask you to bear that in mind. If we move on, please, to page 20.
Yep.
.5.5. The significance of effects relates principally to the nature conservation value of the site. See box 2.5. If you look at box 2.5 beneath, it says what are the high-value sites, and then right at the top of the hierarchy, high-value sites, triple SIs. Yes?
Yep.
And it goes on to say the types of effects outlined could seriously affect the site's integrity and hence its value and would generally not be acceptable. And then it says, in extreme circumstances, translocation might be undertaken as a last-ditch attempt when all efforts of conservation in situ have failed to salvage as much as possible of the habitat rather than lose it entirely. And again, that's emphasising the point that it's a last resort measure. Would you agree?
Absolutely. But there is a key word in there, and that is could, not will.
So I'm not finding the word could.
4 or 5 lines down, it says the types of effect outlined could
I see, yes.
affect.
Yeah.
And that's where we will end up disagreeing, I would imagine.
All right, thank you. Page 22, please. Yeah. Now, policy and guidance context 3.2.1, translocation of SSIs is not acceptable. Best practice avoids translocation of SSIs on principle. Do you know, either because you gave the advice or whether or you know that someone else within the applicant's team gave the advice, that Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Warnock were advised of the nature of that policy and guidance context, that best practice avoids translocation of the SSIs in principle?
Well, I don't think. I know that the applicants were advised by Mr. Cosgrove as to where the least impacts, if you like, for want of a better word, would be had for that design within that site. So there was lots of other areas which would have given a more optimal.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to answer for Dr. Cosgrove. He'll be giving evidence next week. But all I'm asking you to confirm, if you know, is whether you or someone in the STRI or someone else within the applicant's wider EIA team ever advised the developer that best practice avoids translocation of SSI habitat.
I've mentioned that to Mr. Warnock on a number of occasions, but the layout is the best compromise fit for that site, and there will be impact and the translocation.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you again. That was a straightforward question, I think, with a straightforward answer. There will be an opportunity to
That's my passion coming through. So
thank you, I appreciate it.
Move down, please, to page 31 of the document, where we're getting into the process of how you match, effectively, the donor site to the receptor site. Page 31, section 4.4. At 4.4, it begins, the receptor site must match the donor site adequately. You have that, sirs. It's page 31. Foot of the page on the left-hand side, section 4.4. The receptor site must match the donor site adequately and should not be part of the wider site of value from which the donor is taken. Now, Mr. Rooney's given evidence saying just that in relation to the SSI. Would you agree that there's a logic in that position taken by Penny Anderson in the guidance and also by Mr. Rooney in his evidence that what effectively happens if you translocate within the same site is that you overlay the donor habitat into the receptor area, covering over habitat that could have been brought back to a better condition in any event. In other words, if you're trying to match the two together, donor site and receptor site should have underlying characteristics which are similar. And therefore, if you're translocating good quality habitat into similar underlying soils, what you're doing is covering over an area that could itself contribute to the overall site. Do you follow that logic?
I'm scared not to say too much, but I follow your logic and I totally agree. But we are not moving like for like when you're talking about the surface vegetation. We are moving Dune Heath to areas that have become mesotrophic, areas that have been damaged almost irreplaceably, I want a better word, which I can't say. I can't say that. By the felling of the conifer plantation, and so it's not like for like. We have looked all over that site for the best areas, not the best in terms of the vegetation that they are now, and they're already good. We've looked for the worst areas on site to be able to implement.
Now, there's a difference of opinion, scientific opinion. Mr. Rooney says that actually those areas could be brought into better condition through fairly straightforward techniques. But I'm interested in your answer because it leads me to my next line, which is to consider...
Could I just say that those areas are not priority habitats? The Dune Heath that we are translocating is a priority habitat. We are now moving it into an area that is not a priority and that is not part of this inquiry.
Right. Now, it leads me to the next question, which is underneath this section here, underneath the in bold text, there's a further advice saying the greatest risk of change in the translocated vegetation and hence of key invertebrates and other species is from a mismatched receptor site. Basic matching requirements are for soil type, and there are various elements there, water relations, hydrology, again, aspect, slope, and similar interrelationships between the above elements and the ecological processes they support. Now, you understand that the issue of processes is a significant feature in Professor Angus's evidence and also Mr. Rooney's evidence. However, we'll look at your translocation report in a moment. Is it correct to say that, in fact, the general approach taken in your report is not to achieve a direct match in the way that's set out here, but instead to strip down to the bare sand?
Given the nature of the Dune Heath on site, I don't think we can do what we did. We cannot do what we've done at places like Carnoustie or Silloth, or we cannot just take a nominal amount of vegetation. We will need to take a significant amount to 500 millimetres and place that within a receiving environment, but not onto a soil type. We need to go back to a matching underlying sand, so we're replacing onto the direct sand, so there will be no transition, no barriers.
So what you're trying to do, as I understand it, is effectively bypass the advice from Penny Anderson to try and match up because what you've just indicated is it's impossible to match up within the, according to your evidence, it's impossible to match up. What you're doing is then stripping away down to 300 to 500 millimetres to reach bare sand. Is that correct?
Translocation is always a very critical and exacting process. There's no getting away from that. So what, in this instance, the only way that it will be successful to move this dune heath is to not so much bypass what's been said here, it's to give cognizance to all of this. But the way to do this without without losing the success is to relocate those turfs onto bare sand as close as practically possible to the donor sites, so that they've got the same underlying sand conditions.
Well, that's an assumption on your part, though, isn't it, in large measure? Can we look, please, at your document now? It's APP 120. Now, sorry, just to be clear, sirs, can you also maintain page 31 of the Anderson guidance before you? And then if you look at section 5, which begins on page 12 of your translocation plan, the general methodology.
Yep.
Do we see that the various issues that are laid out on page 31 of Anderson guidance, that there's no information relating to the donor sites about those various aspects, or certainly not the level of depth that is suggested in the Anderson advice? What you're talking about, 5.1, for example, is the preparation and removal of the donor vegetation in a practical sense.
Sorry, I'm looking at the impacts of translocation in my report. Is that what you are looking at?
No, I'm sorry. We're looking at two documents. First of all, we're looking at your updated translocation plan, which is APP 120.
Yeah, clever.
And we're also still looking at the Anderson guidance. And we're doing that because you say that your best practice and the advice you've given in the translocation plan reflects the Anderson guidance. Is that, you follow?
I think my thought process always reflects that without looking at that. My thought process would be to ensure the topography, hydrology, wherever we can. So it's something that I would always consider in writing this methodology.
Right. So it's something you acknowledge that needs to be considered, but my point to you is that it's not set out, as far as the donor sites is concerned, in any real level of detail, if at all, in the updated habitat translocation plan.
I'm kind of stalling here because I'm thinking that normally it would be in there. Maybe if it's not in there, I'm not going through it now to look at each page. But certainly take your point if that's the case.
Did you yourself prepare the translocation plan?
Yeah.
Insofar as the receptor areas are concerned, then, let's take Table 1.
On page.
First of all, please, yes, it's page 17 of APP 120, page 17. Is it fair to say that whilst there's a discussion in the description column for this receptor area, as for others, about excavations that were carried out and the depth at which it's thought that the soil profile will match up, actually there's no analysis of the soil type in the level of detail that's set out in the Anderson guidance. If you look again, please, at
that's correct.
Page 31.
That is correct. And I think that the soil samples are undertaken to determine the depth, because the whole process of what I was wanting to do here was to remove the influence of the vegetation that is present, recognising the vegetation is not a priority feature. It has altered, and the soil has had an influence in changing that. So the whole idea of the soil samples was to get below it and disregard it. So basically, the soils looking at there, the samples will be removed and taken away. So there's no point analysing them at that point. So I wanted to get to how the site was looked at in relation to where the similar sand or
Yes.
the sand beneath was
All right.
present.
So soil samples were taken, but they weren't analysed, and you hit what you think is sand that's similar to the donor sites. But because you haven't analysed that carefully, you can't be sure about a match-up.
And I think that would be the next stage, with agreement going forward, with consent, with the determination. That clearly would have to be done
So
when we draw up quite a rigorous methodology. This is the principle of what we would be doing.
So I'm told that there's two aspects to this. First of all, you have to understand the soil profile, get an idea of how deep you need to go to hit similar conditions, and then you also need to understand, I'm simplifying here, but you also need to understand the horizontal profile to make sure that underlying position remains the same throughout a broader area. Is that in general terms?
And there's
correct?
also the potential for recontouring to get a similar topography as well, so we can get a south-facing slope to match
Yes,
the
of course.
south-facing slope, north-facing slope. That's really, well, again, it's my mindset, it's what I would want to do, whether it's in here or not. If I'm advising the client or the applicant, and if I'm involved in that, then that would come out when I draw up a rigorous methodology for consent through SMH before we move forward.
And again, with that in mind then, you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that's a complex exercise, particularly at this site where the donor sites are relatively raised and uneven as against the receptor sites, which are relatively flat. Is that correct?
And that's why translocation is an exacting process.
Yes.
We have to take cognizance of that, and that will be that will be done.
But at this point in time, you've taken an estimate as to how deep you think you'll need to go in order to, one hopes, upon analysis, establish that you have the same underlying soil type. Is that right?
I am confident that by doing what is proposed in the methodologies, translocation will be successful, but the fine-tuning will be a more rigorous exercise to ensure pH, for example, is similar, to ensure that the aspect is...
Right. But on any view, according to your description, even at this stage of the analysis, we're looking at about 300, well, actually it's up to 500 millimetres of depth, isn't it? Using the box cutter that's shown in your inquiry report.
So kind of the turves will be, to the height of this table. We're not, on a normal site, 200 millimetres, 250 millimetres is acceptable. On this site, that's not acceptable. You can imagine the accelerated costs to doing the work, but the client has accepted that and pledged to do it.
Yeah. And in addition to the costs, well, perhaps the costs reflect the practical difficulties of cutting, uplifting, carefully protecting, shifting, laying that deep, sandy material that lacks cohesion by virtue of the nature of the material.
The cohesion element was brought out yesterday as well to Mr. Haspel. You will appreciate that the top of the sand profile would be very dry, but down towards 0.5 metres it would be damp. It's going to hold together a lot better than a dry, friable sand would. So that point wasn't made yesterday. The second point is the equipment that we would use would ensure that those turves altogether, the last thing we want them to do is to fall apart when you try to pick them up. And there are two options. In here I've talked about a box cutter, which is like a pastry cutter, to ensure, because the sides need to be very clean and very sharp, so that they butt together, so with no drought stress and no frost damage after. And in the example I've used a forked bucket, which is which I think would be suitable. But in discussions with Mr. Aspel as well, he would like to build something a little bit more sophisticated, which has been used in the past, which would be a steel bucket, perhaps with a ram on it. There are different ways in which we move forward.
So two things arising out of that. First of all, you need a clean edge to have any hope of knitting them together successfully.
Yeah.
That's going to be challenging in the donor site locations because of the nature of the terrain, and therefore you're looking at bespoke equipment to maximise the potential of achieving that clean edge. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And at this point in time, you don't yet know what bespoke construction equipment will actually be used. Is that
My
also
preference is to use what's in this methodology.
Which is what?
Which is the pastry cutter, for want of a better analogy. The box cutter. The box cutter with the fork tines.
And you said that's been used elsewhere, and there are examples given you.
It's been used in a different way at Raw Port Rush,
right,
but not the box cutter. It's been trialled at Port Rush, but it's not really been used.
Right.
At Port Rush, we used a pizza slicer, so the back actor of the equipment was like a big pizza cutter, and you would slice up the turves, and then you'd be able to use the fork bucket to lift. So it was two operations.
Mm-hmm.
This would be the box cutter straight down, and then the bucket would turn round and lift the turves.
So that box cutter has. Are you saying though that technique of using the box cutter hasn't been used for this type of habitat at all at any level of depth?
It has been trialled
on
Port
what type
Rush,
of habitat?
but it's not been. Sorry.
On what type of habitat?
On Port Rush, which is the sand dunes at Port Rush on coastal grassland.
On coastal grassland.
But not to translocate. It's been trialled to assess its appropriateness, and I am very confident that would be totally appropriate.
Can we just take this one step at a time? I know you're keen to emphasise your confidence, but let's take one step at a time. The box cutter that you're recommending to your client, but which is not yet decided upon, that's being used at Royal Port Rush on a trial basis in relation to grassland. Is that right?
And that's where the pictures are taken. Yeah.
Right. And the depth involved on the grassland habitat, is that about 300 mils, if I remember correctly?
To 500 mil.
It has been to 500 mils on that type,
yeah,
on a trial basis. All right, thank you. A moment, sir. I've covered a number of issues that I thought I would need to cover, but I don't need to now. I'm just checking where I need to go next, please. Yes, one issue then before we leave the Anderson guidance and your your updated translocation plan, monitoring. We said we'd come back to that. That's page 34. And page 35.
34 of Anderson?
Yes.
Okay.
34 and 35. And if you also have before you section 7 of the updated translocation plan.
Yep.
Which begins on page 24. Now, reading short, I don't think this will be in dispute, but Penny Anderson's making exactly the same point that you made earlier about the need for proper monitoring as being essential to the whole exercise, reflecting its experimental nature. And she sets out a number of items that would need to be addressed and considered at page 35 of the advice. Now, it goes without saying that Section 7 of your updated translocation plan at page 24 doesn't yet do that. Is that an aspect of the draft update, even the updated translocation plan effectively remains in draft, and the finalised version will need to be a great deal more detail, can we agree, than it is at the moment?
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah.
The issue of fragmentation, please. If you have your paper, APP 1.18, please. The other two documents can go away now, thank you.
So that was APP
118.
I'm wondering if you're moving to another chapter of your cross-examination. I wonder whether this would be a good time to break. If everyone is happy with that, can we take a shorter lunch today and get going as promptly as we can at 1:05? Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Mackay, would you like to resume your cross-examination?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think I mentioned before the break, the next document we'll be looking at is APP 1.18. Do you have that, Mr. Taylor? And just one factual issue before we get into this document, and it relates to your evidence-in-chief about the intended way in which the paths will be created, largely, I suppose, between each green and the following tee. Can you confirm, please, what you understand to be the preferred technique for creating those paths?
I think in the ES it talks about turf stripping and reinstating a turf, and that would represent a direct loss of habitat, and that's been factored into the matrices that Mr. Cosgrove will discuss. I think that will be appropriate in some areas, but there is another way of doing things, and if I am engaged, as I said, I would talk with Mr. Haspel with relation to reducing some of the acute bumps over the ground, lifting the turf, putting the turf back down, and then using the existing turf, which will not represent a direct loss, it will actually represent a modification, and more importantly, we've still got the dune grassland, so it will reduce the potential edge and fragmentation elements.
So I think I'm understanding now. It relates to the situations where you're not having to take a path through what is currently dune heath, but it's dune grassland, which you think, rather than being stripped away and reseeded, might be possible to lift it, carry out the levelling works they need to do, and then put the dune grassland back in situ.
Yes, on the drawing, which covers the translocation, the whole route runs right through the centre. It runs with the pathways, so those pathways will be, there is a routing all around the course. The dune heath itself will be lifted and translocated to the receiving environments, but the pathways that we will be using all the way around the course will be dune grassland rather than dune heath. If it's dune heath, that will be salvaged, if you like. It will be translocated and...
Yeah. So what happens then if you're trying to create a pathway through an area that's currently dune heath? How do you stimulate or encourage the dune grassland to take root?
That will be lifted and translocated, so that will be part of the 4.4 hectares translocated to the receiving environment of 6.2 hectares.
Sorry, of dune grassland being translocated into the paths? No. I'm talking about...
You asked
if you've got an area that is presently dune heath, you're translocating that from that donor site to create a path. How do you create the dune grassland environment in its place at the donor site?
There are two options. You use the grassland. Firstly, I think it would be appropriate to talk to SNH, because anything would need that. If that was an additional consent, it might be worthwhile talking to SNH to say, are there areas on site that turf stripping back to a bare sand would allow us? That would be good practice, allowing us to take the grassland to reinstate the paths, which, as I said, would be more acclimated to site conditions. If that wasn't possible and SNH didn't want that, if they thought that might be another impact, then it would be, as Mr. Haspel said, a case of relaying a turf base within those pathways.
Sorry, is that laying turf literally, or is that seeding and feeding with nutrients and so on?
It could be either, but I don't know at this point whether one has been preferred over the other. But I would if it often depends upon the period of construction and growing. If we've got the time, it would be better to seed.
Right.
And I think hydro seeding is mentioned in the ES, and so seeding would be preferred over turfing. Last thing I would want to do is bring a turf all the way from York or other parts of Scotland into a protected site.
The issue with seeding might be, though, that if the grass doesn't take well, you might need to increase the level of nutrients and fertiliser put down to encourage it, possibly.
As Mr Angus and Mr Rooney are well aware, if you strip the turf off an area, it releases nutrients. And so the early seeding, the early germination will have enough of its own fertiliser, the fertiliser that was in the soil. We won't need to add any additional fertiliser, probably for at least a month and maybe more. And that's the same with all of the growing, because by taking the turf off of the top, the vegetation off of the top, yep, we would be allowing the natural background fertiliser.
That's the hope then, but what about after that initial period of a month or so? Then, if it's not taking, at that stage, would consideration have to be given to applying,
it will
fertilisers?
Take. This was, I think, was this Mr Campbell yesterday that said, what if it doesn't work? It will take, and it will germinate. The success might be less than 100%, but you can always add a little bit more seed on top. And so it will work. And then, yes, you're quite right, after the initial month or so, we would need to start applying in accord to plant needs, in accord with the plant demand for food.
Applying fertiliser?
That would be the case, if we need to get that grass growing. But if we had plenty of time, the grass will come on, just simply by cutting. Cutting is a very good technique for encouraging tillering, and tillering creates density of growth. And that,
All right. Okay, thank you. Now, APP 1.18, this is one of, I think, of a suite of documents that you were involved in relating to heather. Now, understanding, of course, that heather's a plant, so it's not specific to Dune Heath environment, or habitat rather, but it's specific to heather. Do we see on page 2 that the former Chief Executive of STRI, Mike Canaway, says at the foot of the page 2, heather is particularly sensitive to trampling caused by what appears to be innocuous activities such as walking. And then over the page, in the preface, it's emphasised that golfing is placing pressure on heather. And that really is the background to the report, or I'm not sure what you call it. Is it a paper or a report?
It's my book.
It's your book. Beg your pardon.
It's a book.
Apologies, your book. This is the issue that your book's addressing.
It's a study. A study.
All right. Let's call it a book if you prefer a book.
No, not proud.
Now, is the background to your book the concern which you held, as you explained earlier, as a conservationist, to ensure that good practice was being followed in the golfing industry, and indeed that high standards were being achieved?
Sorry, I didn't really catch all of that. Sorry, if you would repeat it, please.
Yes, of course. Is the background to this book and the advice provided in the book that there was a concern about the impact which golf courses were having on heather, and there was a need to emphasise good practice and also emphasise the sensitivity of heather and its the risks of trampling and what that might result in?
I think that's certainly part. The background to me writing these studies in golf course management comes on the need to create that awareness. It comes on the back of the fact that I have become quite a recognised Eatland specialist, undertaking lots of different trials in the past, and I'm kind of recognised, so it's just a case of getting that information out there. And you are absolutely right that trampling pressures are an issue that we need to deal with.
And the sensitivity of heather is identified early in the book and later. If we look, please, at page 8. The final paragraph, it says, the heathers are well suited to the very nutrient-poor environments. Do you have that, sir? Page 8?
We're going down there, but I'm happy for you to continue.
Do you have that, Mr. Taylor?
Yep, the heathers are well suited.
Yeah, to the very nutrient-poor environments they tend to exploit. These areas do not permit the growth of more aggressive competitive species, leaving the heathers to occupy what's become termed stress-tolerant niche. Being able to metabolize nutrients only very slowly and grow in accordance with the constraints in the environment in which they find themselves will give them an effective competitive edge in staving off would-be competition. It does mean, however, that heathers cannot respond well to disturbance pressures, either natural through grazing or induced, such as trampling or cutting. So there's two issues there here. Firstly, there's the stress of trampling, golfers trying to find the golf balls, for example, but also cutting. Essentially, translocation is a cutting technique. So that will place an additional stress on any heather that remains at the donor site. Is that correct?
Translocation will pose different disturbance pressures. They're not stress pressures, they're disturbance pressures. But it's not like cutting, because cutting is a direct defoliation of the foliage. Translocation is simply enabling these turfs to be lifted and moved without any cutting, so there is no disturbance other than the actual act of lifting.
So the word cutting there is not so much about the vertical cut, incision in, it's more to do with the horizontal cutting, which will be used for the management of the rough.
Correct, yes.
So in that respect, there is a disturbance pressure, or at least a risk of a disturbance pressure caused by that cutting. You acknowledge that early in your book.
Afterwards, yes, there is.
And if we go then, please, to page 41 on a similar issue. Next to the photograph, under the heading Management Opportunities, you say heather being extremely sensitive to trampling and other disturbances. To be fair to you, Mr. Taylor, perhaps that might be overstating it a bit in order to get the point across to the readership, or did you actually mean what you said there, that it is extremely sensitive to trampling and other disturbances?
No, it is sensitive. It's not extremely sensitive. It's more a combination of pressures, disturbance pressures. So as you can see in the picture, I purposely put that picture in to show that the margins of the ditch are cut almost weekly, certainly frequently. And that is because we need to see the ditch so that people don't fall into it. And so, that was supposed to be funny. It's just a matter of exposing the visibility of the ditch. So the sides of the ditch are cut, and the heather there is quite strong. That's at Royal Lytham. The heather is being retained even at close cutting. So one disturbance pressure is not too significant. But if we then start to combine trampling into that area, then it would become significant. So we would double the disturbance pressures. You see what I mean? And that then does start to become an issue. So we have to recognise that.
Sorry, that's not what you say in your text, though. What you say in the text is it's extremely sensitive to trampling and other disturbances. You're not saying it's extremely sensitive to trampling in combination with other disturbances.
Probably in this book, if I read it through, I would probably find a sentence or a paragraph to say that it is the combination of disturbance pressures that is...
Right. So it's, as a baseline, it's sensitive, because you acknowledged that earlier.
Yep.
It becomes extremely sensitive when there's a combination of other factors, other pressures.
Yep, correct.
And if we look, please, to page 43, which is what Professor Angus took as potentially as supporting his position on there being an edge effect. I understand from your evidence earlier, you don't dispute that there is an edge effect set back from barriers such as paths within a golf course.
I think Mr. Mackay alluded to the fact that heather is a plant, and we're here dealing with a system, a heathland system. If those grasses that are part of the heathland mosaic, or if the lichens, or if whatever part of the vegetation you're talking about is part of the heathland, then there will be no edge effect. It's if we change the nature from the heathland system that we're talking about to, for example,
Grassland.
an amenity, a seeded track or a turf track, which is not part of the coastal dune that the species assemblage.
Well, let's try and apply that to Coul, then, please. What the applicants are proposing to do within dune heath habitat is, as we said earlier, to strip away and translocate elements to create paths, and then create a grassland environment within that dune heath environment. And the point that Professor Angus is saying is that, with his scientific understanding, is that creates a barrier between the areas of heathland, causing what's known as fragmentation, which Mr. McMullen addresses in his report and seems to agree with in large measure. You follow so far?
I follow you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that at the edge of the barrier, we see that there can be a change in the vegetation that's experienced at that location. And what you've noted in the bottom of your photograph is heather receding back from the path.
And now that's not an edge effect. That is a trampling pressure.
Right.
So I think it's not just simple edge effect. That is trampling disturbance that I'm trying to factor into it to ensure that golf
so the effect of trampling, it's clear from the photograph that the path that's supposed to be used is a gravel path. It's quite obvious. But what's happened is that humans being humans, they don't always do as they're supposed to do, and the vegetation has changed on either side of that path. So that supports the proposition, doesn't it, that at the edge of the barrier, the new barrier, the imposition of the new turf, there will be a change in the vegetation, because what was there previously, in other words, the heather, will recede back in the way that we see in this photograph.
You're correct looking at that picture, certainly, but what has been stated in the ES at Coul, we are looking at paths up to a nominal 5 metres. They won't be wider than 5 metres. So the direct land take assumption is based on 5 metres. There we're looking at a path of 1 metre. So golfers, by their very nature, just like anyone in the general public, want to walk side by side and talk as they go. So the paths reflect that in the ES.
Right.
So we're not looking at any additional edge effect over and above.
So Mr. Haspel queried whether actually it would be 5 metres, or perhaps there was a point that's put in cross-examination, because the phrase that's used in the yes is it's the nominal 5 metres. Are you saying to the reporters that the paths will be 5 metres for the reasons you've just expressed?
I think there's certainly a need for some paths to be wider in some areas and some paths to be narrower. I was looking on one of the drawings a couple of weeks ago, and I was just considering the kind of pathway to the back of a green, but there was heather present in 2 groupings to the back of the green. And in that situation, it would be far better to route the pathway and microsite it outside of the dune heath altogether, so we're into the dune grassland.
Forgive me, that's not the question I was asking. Sorry. Are you saying to the reporters that for the reasons you've explained in your evidence, one should assume, and the reporters should assume, that paths through the dune heath will be 5 metres in width?
No, I think they will vary in accord to the micrositing that needs to be done, and my or someone else's advice, who is capable of giving that advice.
Okay, so there's not, at this stage anyway, complete clarity on what the paths,
I
the
think
width of the paths will be, but up to 5 metres wide.
Yeah, I think we have to give some kind of transparency, and that's where the direct loss has been. We've accepted a maximum of 5 metres, but that would be, dealt with on the ground.
Okay. I won't go into the further issue of fragmentation. I think that's probably more correctly for Mr. McMullen's evidence. But one issue that I want to pick up with you, though, is your 90-degree rule for trying to find golf balls that end up in the rough. Now, I think what you've explained earlier is that would involve the golf course being very careful in making sure the caddies in particular were aware of this rule.
Very much.
Would you accept it might be difficult to police, particularly if individuals are playing either on their own or without caddies?
If it was my golf club, it wouldn't be difficult to police. No, because if they want that role, then they abide by the induction process.
So is it intended that each set of golfers heading out will have an induction briefing of some sort?
I think they would have to, yeah. This is what I've been talking to with the R&A on the Open Championship courses where this is an issue, like at St Andrews.
So you've made that recommendation to
I've made that. That's up to them then to follow it. But the same recommendation would be made to Coul Links. Now, if that should be a condition, then I'm totally happy with that. If it's just a matter of agreeing with the client, that's,
okay,
fine.
So it would involve a degree of education. It would also presumably involve the caddies being sufficiently familiar with what those considerations were so that they were able to instruct the player.
Yeah, that's not really difficult. It's just if I was there, I would be able to walk out with them, talk to them, and ensure that they understood.
All right.
If they fail to do that, and it's been seen by the greenkeeping team on whilst they're working, then they would be kind of told, and eventually, if they kept doing it, I would hope that steps were taken.
Okay, so let's assume for the moment then that this 90-degree rule is enforced and is applied. Now, the visitors that you're hoping to attract, the developer rather is hoping to attract, are high-value visitors. In the main, they're pretty decent golfers, I imagine, because they're playing high-quality golf courses.
You can't really, you can't assume. One would hope that, but you can't assume that.
Yeah. All right. So there will be a range of abilities, and there will be many of the higher value visitors who will be pretty decent golfers. Okay. They're not beginners, let's say.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with that.
Yeah, and that means that they have a degree of distance control at the level reached that level of skill in their game. Is that fair?
Okay.
And will this Coul Links be similar to other high-quality courses in the area, if it's consented? There'll be a course guide produced to basically assist the one-time visitor who won't have played before to know where they should be aiming for when they hit shots from the tee into fairways. Is that right?
I would imagine that there will be, definitely. It is normal practice.
And then, of course, once the shot is hit from the fairway, if it ends up in the rough, they have to chip out. And then there's the target of hitting the green in the approach shot. Is that right?
Yes.
And does that mean then that if the dreaded slice or fade happens, which is the predominant fault in a right-handed golfer, that means the ball it often ends to the right of where it intended to land, but roughly the same distance away from the hole?
Within the scope of the landing zone.
Exactly, yes. Now, because of that, does that mean that when the golfers are playing into fairways and then also hitting from fairway to green, if that should happen, if the ball does go offline, there'll be certain pressure points where you're more likely to find lost ball or balls rather that have not been successfully hit towards the green or the target.
The principal shot from the tee would be to use a driver or a 3-wood, and that would be there to make that carry to hit the fairway. Yeah. If it's slightly wayward, it would go to the landing zone, which you've quite rightly identified, to the right side. If you look at all of the drawings, you'll see that the layout is kind of catering for that landing area.
Yep.
But after that point, it is possible to draw the fairway back in to give it its shape, because from there, as you would know, you're probably using an iron, depending on the distance to the green.
That assumes you hit the fairway or the semi-rough. But I'm looking at the scenario where the golfer doesn't hit the fairway or the semi-rough. They actually end up in the longer managed rough. And the point I'm putting to you is that because of this, the nature of playing a links course where you're trying to hit objectives effectively, get to a particular point in the golf course, and then the next point in the golf course, that creates pressure points.
Yeah, firstly, you've got to find the ball. So if it is out in the managed rough, there's no guarantee you're going to find it in the first place.
Yep.
We need to kind of minimise the amount of time spent within that area,
Yep.
because walking around for half an hour is not very good for the heather, as we've said in this book, and I totally agree with you. So again, that's the role of the caddy, to be able to view the position and find that ball
Try and
for
find the
them.
ball.
And then once they are there, it is the most suitable shot. The suitable shot might not be towards the green, it might just simply be to get it back onto the fairway, due to the difficulty of playing that shot.
The point I'm really trying to develop with you is that if you apply a rigid 90-degree rule, that will mean that often golfers are using the same route in and out of the dune heath to find the ball.
Not really, because every golfer's going to hit it along the distance of the landing zone, and that landing zone could be 30, 50, 70 metres or so, depending upon your ability, as you've said. I value players are going to be closer to the green. Me, I would be right way back at the tee.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the landing zone, you can have considerable length to it, and so walking into the heather can be at many points, and that's established practice on all our heathland sites, and we're not losing heather when we apply these rigorous measures.
Is there not a risk, though, that applying a rigid 90-degree rule, particularly at the greens, that effectively a trail will be created as golfers use the same route in and out to roughly the same area to try and find their ball?
I understand where you're coming from, but it doesn't happen. We've got 400 heathland sites, all the lowland heathland sites and the bagshot sands. They don't have tracks going into the heather.
Well, if you look at heather let's say in an upland environment, the paths are created where people don't tend to try and walk through heather unless they need to, perhaps to find a golf ball. Yeah. If they can, they take the area that's already been tread upon, and that's partly why you find established walking paths through upland heath, upland heather.
When you look at the uplands, that's a completely different scenario. People are going for a walk there with the, and the soils are very shallow. There's many different factors that will wear the heather out. Just that regular trampling along that same route definitely will cause a loss of heather, but that will not happen in the heathland environment, either lowland heathland or these decalcified dune heaths.
Right.
Cool.
So you envisage it a bit more and more of a dispersal.
It will be spread. Yeah,
all right.
And the other point about your guide that the passe, the guide, you can put you can put words in there. You can put sentences, and you can put all sorts of stuff in. We do that quite a lot with golf clubs, and we can put signage on the first tee. There's a lot of measures you can take to ensure that this is a really important site.
Yep.
Protect it.
I follow that. Okay, thank you. One issue about not taking the bag or a trolley through into the heather is that if and when you find the ball, having searched for it, you don't necessarily know which club you're going to use. So do you accept that there's at least a possibility that golfers will be tempted to take their trolley, or indeed for a caddy to take the heavy bag and lay it down within the heath whilst the shot's being played, if the ball's found?
The laying down of a bag is not a big issue. It's the trolleys. And when I'm the RNA's official ecologist for all of the open venues and the amateur and other major events, and it really is annoying for me to go to someone's golf course and watch these professionals or the amateur, the players, striding on towards the green, dragging their trolley with them. That is really damaging. Trolley damage. So I would hope that your trolleys are controlled. A bag dropping into the heather is not a big
But that's
issue.
a good example of people who should know better doing something that they shouldn't be doing.
And a lack of policing on behalf of the golf club.
Yeah, agreed. Okay.
Not so much the R&A, they just deal with the event.
Now, one other issue to do with the cutting of the rough. I picked you up as saying in examination in chief, I think it may actually be in response to a question to one of the reporters, that depending on what the developer might want, that would affect how the cutting of the rough was carried out. For example, at a green. Is that an acknowledgement that one of the factors, and an important factor, if not a determinative factor, will be what the client wants, how they want to present that course and that particular hole? There
is always an element. This is a golf course. It's what the client wants, but the client has to recognise there are limits to what he can have. If it was a woodland, for example, the woodland margin I would suggest would be 6 metres. The trees would be slightly thinner through the 6 metres of the woodland margin so that you can find a ball and you can play it. Thereafter, you're into the woodland. We've got the structural diversity of the canopy structure. If it's a heathland or a grassland, then we've got the semi-rough, we've got the cut rough, and then we're into this managed rough. Yep. Now, that could vary out to the blue line, but it might not. It might be cut once or twice a year, yep, but it might not. It might not need any cutting. But after the blue line, it's pure ecology rough.
Right. So, and in terms of what's done when the rough is cut and managed, am I right in thinking that in the basic terms, the further you get away from the fairway, the deeper the rough will become? So the shot's punished if you make a bad error, and the heather is less interfered with, albeit they will be cut once or twice a year. Is that, in summary, correct?
That's correct, and that's vital for good structural diversity from an ecological perspective.
Yeah, but from an ecological perspective, in relation to diversity, that does mean that there's, in essence, an artificial tiering effect, doesn't it? That you're stepping up from different gradations of the cut.
If we lived in an ideal world, within an ideal situation, that tiering would occur naturally. Within golf and, I suppose, within the mosaic of habitats that we've created through the country, we don't live in that kind of scenario. And so the management we provide is fundamental to ensuring the long continuous survival of the wildlife that depend upon it. And so the structural diversity of the heathland, whether it be anthropogenic or natural, is fundamental to retaining the biodiversity interests of the heathland.
Well, forgive me, though, that's an artificial creation of diversity, and that's one of the key points that Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney are one on. That it's just not a natural diversity. It's very much a managed and artificial creation of essentially different heights, which will have an impact. Which will have an impact on the natural diversity of that habitat as an ecologically valuable habitat.
Unless I understood Mr. Angus wrong, he also, I think, said that grass cutting can mimic grazing. And we see grazing as, it's kind of a more natural approach. It would be if it was rabbits, but if it's sheep or conservation cattle, that would be potentially artificial, just the same as mowing. What's the difference?
So you're saying there's no difference between sheep grazing and the artificial cutting using...
Not in terms of height and structural diversity, but they do bring additional benefits such as poaching and that kind of thing.
You acknowledge, though, that Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney take a very different view on that matter, having regard to their understanding.
Mr. Angus on Tuesday did say that cutting can mimic grazing. I understand the differences, and if I was talking to Mr. Rooney or Mr. Angus, we would all accept a number of differences between the techniques.
Now, two points. First of all, I think your observations on Professor Angus's evidence related to his evidence on grassland, not dune heath. And secondly, do you acknowledge that what you're describing, or the comparison that you're drawing between grazing and cutting is quite different? Because...
Yes, as I've just said, in terms of the height, we can set the height to mimic whatever grazing, but there are other differences as well. So,
and as I think Mr. Rooney explained in his evidence, if you cut an area within a tier to a particular height, that creates a homogeneous environment, absolutely, which is quite different from a natural grazing where sheep will go wherever sheep want to go.
But 2 minutes ago you alluded to the nature of a graded effect to stop that homogeneity. We want an heterogeneous, structurally diverse ecosystem, and that can be provided through the graded.
That's what I was trying to explore with you initially. My point to you was that in itself is artificial and isn't homogeneous. Within each tier, isn't diverse, rather, I should say. Within each tier, there will be structural homogeneity, whereas what Professor Angus and Mr. Rooney have emphasised is that if left alone, and subject to grazing pressures, there's a natural diversity in the ecology.
This debate could go on for quite a long time, with that, and that's with all respect to your line of questioning. I suppose it just to kind of follow on from what you're saying there. If we didn't do any management, then we're going to end up with a relatively homogeneous stand, because we would end up with mature to degenerate heather. And what happens with heather, as it gets to 15 to 20 years or so of age, it starts to become overwoody. It starts to fall apart. And the middle section then is very, very susceptible to weed invasion. And we start to see change coming in. That's where you get scrub invasion. That's where we see weeds coming in. Management is critical to retaining the juvenility of heather. If we can cut the heather, we can retain juvenility through to perpetuity. If we leave it, it will decline.
I'm not going to pursue that further, Mr. Taylor. There's clearly divergence of views between your own view and those of the SNH's scientists. I think on that respect, can we agree that you're each entitled to your own professional opinion?
I think just one other point, Dr. Coppins, in his precognition or his inquiry report, also outlined the need, didn't outline the need, he said that the cutting of heather will, I think I'm paraphrasing this right, I've not got the document, but it does say that opening up the stand will provide light, which in turn will allow the terricolous lichens and things. So light is important.
Yes.
And so there are different advantages, and there are a number of advantages for doing this work.
But his evidence is specific to the issue of lichens, isn't it? And that's only one of the sub-communities that one finds within Duneheath.
But as we've already established, structural diversity is so important for everything. There's some species require the mature to degenerate stage, others the pioneer stage.
All right.
And that's what the management of Coul links will bring.
All right. Can we look just lastly at one aspect of your evidence on page 44 of your inquiry report, section 5.6?
Sorry, page 44?
Page 44.
Okay.
At 5.6, you refer to your table 5.2 above, and you're drawing a comparison between nitrogen rates applied to golf courses as against crops.
Yep.
And you say that from these data in table 5.2, it's clear to see the amount of nitrogen applied to 70 hectares of a typical golf course is significantly lower than that applied to agricultural land uses. With less nitrogen being applied and the way in which it is applied more frequent but lower doses means there would be significantly lower risk of nutrient loss into the wider environment. Would that then mean that if the agricultural land to the west of the site were used for the purposes of golf and not agriculture, that you could add, including the SSSI at Coul, to that statement?
We could. You mean, could we substitute some of those figures to say the golf course and the agricultural land?
The point you're making is that there's less nitrogen used in a golf course environment than there is in an agricultural environment, significantly less. Is that's the general thrust of your?
It is, but this is related to cereal crops as well.
Yeah.
So
applying that logic, if the developer had brought forward a golf course which included holes on the agricultural land to the north and west of the SSSI, because the rate of nitrogen being applied on the golf course would be significantly lower than the current agricultural levels, that would mean that there would be a lower risk of nutrient loss into the wider environment, including the SSSI. Because that's part of the wider environment at Coul Links, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't understand your line of reasoning.
You're making the point that if there's less nitrogen being applied, that means there'll be a significantly lower risk of nutrient loss into the wider environment. What I'm pointing out to you is that the wider environment of the agricultural land to the west of the SSSI includes the SSSI.
Okay.
So all I'm asking you to confirm is the logic that, if applied to the fields, the agricultural fields, to the north and west of the SSI, that means that it would lower the risk of nutrient loss into the SSI, that being part of the wider environment. If you're not able to answer, that's fine. We can
I just don't understand. If I could, shall I continue? I think the golf course is going to apply in accord with plant needs. It's going to be a lower level of...
It may be at cross purposes here, Mr Taylor. You understand that one of the issues that's being pursued here at Inquiry is the fact that SNH specifically asked the developers to engage in discussions about placing some more of the holes out with the SSI into the agricultural fields to the west of the SSI.
Yeah.
The point you're making in your Inquiry report is that...
I see what you mean.
Right.
Right. So if the golf course was in the arable land, that would reduce the amount of fertiliser being put onto that land, therefore reducing the potential leaching effects of the agricultural land into the SSI.
Yes.
So it would have a net benefit on the SSI.
Yes, thank you.
That is fair, but the problem of building in the agricultural land is that when you strip the turf off, you will create a massive flush of nutrients that could potentially then go down through Cluinburn, through other outlets through the railway into that SSI. And so the effect of damaging or changing the agricultural land might be more significant than leaving it capped with the grass and just leaving the sheep and everything.
And that depends entirely on the construction techniques, and it's something that was dealt with in Mr Haspel's evidence yesterday and will be looked at in Dr Bowie's evidence next week.
And with the construction, if it was simply putting a grass cover back over it and keeping it... Well, when you take the grass cover off, firstly, nitrogen is very mobile, particularly in these sandy environments. It would leach. It would, that's the background nitrogen within the agricultural land. On top of that, to create a viable proposition, to make it economically sustainable through and into the longer term, there would have to be a lot more earth moving. And that would bring about even more problems, which could potentially go down into the SSI. And because it's adjacent to a SSI, SNH would need a lot of information.
Well, quite, Mr Taylor, and so would the developer. The point that you're well aware of is that at this stage, because the developers just haven't looked at the area in any detail whatsoever, you're not in a position to hypothesise about what might happen in terms of construction techniques, let alone what the effects of those construction techniques might be.
Well, then I apologise because I thought you asked me to hypothesise. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It was an unfair question that was put to the witness because he's not hypothesising. Both he and Mr Haspel are experienced. They're doing no more than answering the questions that are being put to them about this alternative that SNH promotes. In the context, the analogy might be that they look to see what might be potential impacts that would be associated. But yes, nobody's assessed it because it's not a proposal, as you've already pointed out, sir. But they have tried to be helpful in answering the questions, and they've identified potential effects.
Just to be clear, sir, SNH are not promoting a particular alternative. I think you understand SNH's position in relation to that. Mr Taylor and I have not fallen out yet, and I don't propose to start now, so I'm quite happy to leave that line across there. Indeed, that concludes all my questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Coul, can we have your questions, please?
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, Mr Taylor. If I can take you back to your inquiry report, and starting at 117, and 117 outlines your involvement in the project, and as Mr Mackay touched on, that's from June 2017 when STRI was invited to join the project. The environmental statement is dated September, so your company delivered that environmental statement in some 3 to 4 months.
Sorry, that's correct.
Sorry, can you?
I think it's okay to leave them on. You can leave them on all the time. Yeah, you can have yours on as well. What?
Yes, I'll endorse Mr. Taylor's approach to use of the microphone. Yeah, today we're finding that it's working perfectly well when 2 of the microphones are constantly on, or certainly when this is constantly on and yours is off when you're not using it. Which is okay. Just leave it on.
Thank you very much. On the issue of the environmental statement, I couldn't find a quality assurance table as a fairly normal thing where it shows who edited the environmental statement and who signed it off. In the absence of that table, can you tell me who in your organisation edited the environmental statement?
Yes, as Mr. Aspel said, or was it someone said yesterday, it was undertaken by a whole team of people at STRI with additional outside input on other specialisms. But the whole report was compiled by a colleague in my office, Mr. Richard Stuttard, and much of the report was written by a girl in the office as well, Tennille Bowick, and then I signed the document off.
Well, I'm obliged for that clarification. Yesterday, I touched on the information in the non-technical summary about alternatives, and I mentioned at that point that I'd been unable to find the equivalent section in the environmental statement. Given that you signed it off, can you help me with where that information is in the main body of the environmental statement?
The majority of the alternatives written into the environmental statement are looking at the site alternatives. And Mr. Cosgrove worked with the architects to look at the least impacting. It's not without impact, but it is the least impacting layout. As Mr. Haspel said yesterday, well before our time, there were these surveys around Scotland looking for the sites that might prove suitable to deliver the project as required, and that is not, as far as I'm aware, in the ES.
So would it be a fair summary of that answer? There is no section in the ES on alternatives.
Without it in front of me, I'm sure there is that section on site alternatives. There is a section on site alternatives.
Well, just to be clear, the section I took Mr. Haspel to is in the non-technical summary. Okay. The question I'm now asking you is, and apologies, I could maybe have put it clearer, apart from that section in the non-technical summary, is there another section in the environmental statement dealing with that topic?
If you've looked specifically for it and you've not found it, then I would just agree with you that it's probably in the non-tech summary.
Just while we are dealing with information and documents, if we go to your inquiry report again at paragraph 118, so same page, next paragraph.
Okay.
There's a long list of documents which are relevant to your evidence. One of those is CD 192, which is the environmental management plan. So if we could look at that, please.
Okay.
I think you've been a bit faster than everyone else, so just give everyone else a chance to catch up.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. It's easy, hard copy, probably. Thank you. We also note this was written by another member of my ecology team at STRI and Nicole Beckett.
As you say, produced by your company, written by one of your colleagues, if we look at, I think it's page 31, which is section 11.2, sorry, it's 11.25 within 11.2, and it's a reference at the top of page 33. And we can see there it's referring to a chemical spillage, but what I just wanted to take you to is it refers to the Environment Agency being contacted, but just as a matter of clarification, the Environment Agency is the English organisation, so it would be SEPA in this context.
Apologies for that.
And within the same document, and I think it's on page 7.
Page 7.
I think so, having got one reference wrong. I'm going to be careful. Yes, page 7, and to give the context, if we go to the previous page, it's headed up section 2 site description, then we're within section 2.1, which is dealing with statutory and non-statutory designations, and on page 7 the particular paragraph I wanted to take you to is the third paragraph from the top of the page. It says the site is home to a number of interesting and protected wildlife species, including European nightjar, I'm not going to try the Latin because I'll get it wrong, woodlark, Dartford warbler, and potentially badger. The birds that are mentioned there are wrong, aren't they?
They are, very much so.
So would it be a fair assumption that those two references I've taken you to suggest this is something of a cut and paste?
I think that the designation has been looked at and is not cut and paste, but for some reason, looking at maybe the flow of another environmental plan, this girl has actually used that paragraph, but it doesn't mean the entirety of that section 2.1 is cut and paste, no.
If we turn then back to your inquiry report and into your section 5 where you're dealing with the use of fertiliser, And if I can just start on that issue by referring you to Mr. McMullen's inquiry report, if we can have a look at that.
And what's the reference number of that, please?
It's APP 3.1, sir.
Inquiry report by Mr. McMullen.
Correct.
Okay.
And the particular paragraphs are 11.14 and 11.15.
Sorry, those page numbers again, please, or sections?
It's 11.14 and 11.15, sir. They're on page 41.
This is the section on Meadow Suite.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. And in paragraph 11.14, Mr. McMullen says, the tall growth density and evident productivity of the Meadow Suite stands is distinctly greater than that of any of its associates. It is therefore likely to be dependent upon a relatively high level of nutrient supply that is not typical of dune slack habitat. And then it goes on to explain that that nutrient enrichment is likely to arise from nutrient enrichment by fertiliser, for example, of groundwater, atmospheric deposition and or winter resident birds. Just on that point, would you agree that recent flourishing of meadowsweet indicates there are relatively high nitrogen levels in the soils at Coul Links already?
I think so. I mean, you could maybe add another one there. The actual breakdown of, the annual breakdown of meadowsweet leads to further build-up, because that's taking in nitrogen and releasing it during fungal breakdown. So there could be a fourth bullet point. So absolutely correct.
Given that relatively high nitrogen level existing, that would limit the scope for soils buffering any extra nitrogen.
True.
The plant communities will be sensitive to any increase in nitrogen?
Within the thresholds. So it depends where we are within that threshold. So if we're on the edge of the low level of the threshold, then the plants will still have quite a significant resilience. If we are at the upper end of the threshold, then change is very obvious and is very likely. But we've not established exactly where we are within that threshold.
What would you do if the impacts were greater than expected and there was an impact on the sensitive habitats? And maybe just put it a bit more specifically, how would you reverse increased nitrogen levels if that turned out to be a problem?
I'm not able to reverse atmospheric deposition, and the nutrient enrichment by groundwater, that is largely a seepage through the groundwater from the off-site agricultural land. The winter birds, that again is an issue outside of my control, but the feces are quite significant within that kind of area. The meadowsweet we can do something about. I happen to like meadowsweet, but we can do something about it. We could, we could remove the trash and the litter every year, and that would help to at least minimise any further build-up. And so, this is background. This is as is, because and there is no management.
apologies, I asked the question badly, so you're quite right, you've answered it the way I asked it. And what I really meant to ask, and apologies again for confusing it, if the impacts of the golf course were greater than expected, and there was a need to reverse increased nitrogen levels, how would you achieve that through the golf course management?
Firstly, it needs to be said again that within this room, around these tables, and with all respect to everyone here, there is a great misconception as to the likely fate of fertilisers, the use of fertilisers. Independent research from a number of sources has shown that levels of fertiliser applied will be tiny, and that is, sorry, did I say that right? The potentially leachable nitrogen would be tiny. And just because something is potentially leachable does not mean it will leach. There are so many other factors now to be brought into that equation. We recognise those, we'll make sure that that's all in place, but more importantly, the green staff undergo FACTS training, F-A-C-T-S, FACTS training, which allows them to use fertilisers correctly in accord with the codes of practice, which are all legislative and regulated. The applications of fertilisers are done as the plant needs them, so there is a direct take-up. The grass plants can't take luxury amounts of fertiliser up. Fescue, bents in particular, are relatively, they're on the stress-tolerant side of the CSR triangle, and so are unable to take nutrients up in luxury amounts, therefore we cannot apply in luxury amounts. The equipment that will be used is specialised equipment. The type of product we would use is granulated with a coating around it to ensure there is a gradual release, no flushes of nitrogen that could potentially lead to any problems arising. So I can quite categorically state that unless there was a serious mishap, which there won't be, there would be no, the very, very, very minimum potential for any leachate whatsoever. And I know you probably don't believe that, but it's there in the research, and I have provided an whole suite of references showing the different researches that have been independently undertaken. And I again mentioned the Fulham research in Denmark, STRI, USGA, which really ought to be read and looked at.
Well, I think we all understand your position on that, Mr. Taylor, but with respect, that wasn't the question I asked you. The
Good
question
answer,
I asked you was on the hypothesis of if there was a problem with increased nitrogen levels, how would you deal with it? You just told me that would never happen. We understand that's your position, but if there was a problem with increased nitrogen levels as a result of the golf course, how would the golf course management address that?
I took it that you were referring there to a result of an increased problem with nitrate levels or nitrogen levels as a result of fertilisers and the application of products for the operation of the golf facility. If there was a natural, because that's the only other way you would see nitrogen, then...
Sorry, you're continuing to misunderstand the point. The point is not one of the source of the problem. The point is, if there is a problem, given the commitments that are being made in the site management plan, etc., the golf course will have to deal with it. So if there was a problem with nitrogen levels being too high and that causing knock-on impacts, how would the golf course management deal with that?
If there is a source point, then you deal with it at source, and we can contain it and we can deal with it. If it's more diffuse, then that's coming from somewhere else. We would need to work with SEPA to ensure the identification of that. One thing that I do work with, I'm a verifier, an official verifier with the Gulf Environment Organisation Foundation, and when I am out on golf courses, I am always asking for pollution control monitoring through the inlets and outlets, because anything coming onto the golf course could potentially affect the golf course, but anything going out too could have implications if it is being monitored and tracked back to the golf course. So pollution monitoring should go hand in hand with the operational running of the golf course. I would like to see Clewin-Burn and any other water courses in or out being assessed for the pollutants. The green stuff also will need to wash down equipment, and you can get residues of fertiliser or oils on the equipment. There is a suite of equipment now, which the recycling equipment, which all of these chemicals, products are broken down through aerobic digestion, and these are called closed-loop recycling units, which can go on an activity pad where you do wash it down, the water gets recirculated, and they're effective. But another way is just simply a well-designed reed bed. Reed beds can be quite good at mopping up anything that goes through. So there are different controls that we would, in any case, need to put in place. I hope that half goes to answering your question.
Well, I'm happy to move on. If we go back to your inquiry report, so we don't need Mr. McMullen's anymore. Continuing on fertilisers, Mr. Mackay took you to paragraph 5.6. I'm obviously not going to cover the same point, but just looking at what you are saying there, it's really 5.5, which is the aspect I want to touch on. You say a comparison could be made between a typical 70-hectare golf course and 70 hectares of intensively used agricultural land. Just so that we know what we're dealing with, you're not suggesting here that that is a valid comparison between the present use of this application site and the current use. It's a hypothetical comparison. That is just a comparison from the literature. It's not what would occur at Coul Links. It's just to show you the variations. Well, just to be clear that you're understanding the point I'm asking you, it's not a valid comparison because there aren't 70 hectares of intensively used agricultural land where you're proposing to put the golf course that the golf course will substitute for. No, like I said, this is just a general comparison. Moving on then to your paragraph 5.10, where you refer to best practice guidelines, and if we can just look at a few detailed aspects in those. If we start with APP 1.3 that you refer to,
Mr. Aspel, is there a fertiliser book in my box just down the back? Oh, no, that's not it. PP 1.3.
What I'm wanting to look at is the Nutrient Management Guide, brackets RB209.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I have that.
And within that Nutrient Management Guide, if we turn to page 21, that's the numbered page 21, and that's the one that starts effect of excess winter rainfall.
Yeah.
And on my copy, I'm not sure if you've got a coloured copy, but there's a text block that's marked out in colour, and I want to pick up the paragraph immediately after that. And it says, light sand soils and some shallow soils can be described as leaky. So you would accept that indicates that leaching is more of an issue for light sand soils?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them leaky, but I think they are permeable, certainly.
And if we can move from that document to APP 110 that you refer to.
Right, I have that available.
And it's page 18.
Yeah.
And just so that I'm not misrepresenting the situation, this is dealing with nitrogen for winter wheat, but you've referred to the document, I think, on the basis that it identifies some general principles.
Gives context.
Thank you. And we see here, page 18, headed up, calculating excess rainfall, and it says, when rainfall, less any capacity for soil water storage, exceeds evapotranspiration, this excess rainfall can lead to N loss, and that will be nitrogen loss, through drainage. So again, is this making the point that excess rainfall can lead to nitrogen loss?
And that's exactly what I said earlier when I was talking about the independent research that's being done. All the research shows that the potential for leaching is absolutely minimal at 0.2 to 0.5 kilograms per hectare. But under severe storm conditions and hurricane conditions, we have found excesses above the 0.2, 0.5 range that I'm quoting, and that's during these very heavy rainfall situations. But the green staff are trained not to put fertiliser on pending storm conditions. You just wouldn't do that, because all you're going to do is throw the product away, and there's a big cost to it. They will apply in advance of light showery weather where the product can be washed in, but not at the level that we're talking about here. And again, the other thing is, during the winter, which we talked about for winter wheat, we're applying anything. All fertiliser will be done through the season in accord with ground and climatic conditions.
But just so we're understanding the situation, the map of Scotland immediately to the right, which shows normal excess rainfall amounts, the application site is in a part of Scotland with a high level of excess rainfall.
That is true. Sorry, but I stalled there because I was just thinking of Royal Dornoch last year and the fairways that become extremely bleached, extremely yellow, because of the year that was. And so, firstly, water is applied to replace part of the evapotranspiration needs. We wouldn't apply water to fully replace evapotranspiration. It's normally about 2/3 to 3/4.
So I'm going to stop you again there. The question was quite a simple one, really.
Okay, digressing.
Okay.
And again, just in the context, given that the application site is a wetland with some areas seasonally flooded, this is a particular issue with this site.
So given that the area is Okay.
On page 60,
Okay.
on page 60, it's the section 383, specially designated areas. It lists areas with special status in law. We're familiar with those. And the paragraph immediately following those bullet points, it says, some of these areas, SPAs and SACs, are recognised as important European habitats, Natura 2000 sites, and some are recognised as wetlands of international importance, Ramsar sites, and we know that's relevant to the application. All of these sites must be protected from any possible harmful effects resulting from using pesticides in or near them. So in terms of the site management, we can see there are restrictions on pesticide use in or near specially designated areas.
That's correct.
Staying within that document, moving to page 64. It's section 3810, preventing pesticides from contaminating surface water and groundwater, and just to the left of the photograph of the swans, we see it tells us water can be contaminated either directly or indirectly with pesticides. This could have serious consequences for the environment. So it's another reminder of, as you've spoken a lot, the need to adopt best practice for use of pesticides near these sites.
Okay.
And then if we turn to the other document that you refer to at your paragraph 522, which is APP 16,
with the application site?
Well, I'll come back to that issue in a moment. If we can start look at the citation, which is CD 5.1.
So that was CD 5.1.
CD 5.1 is the SSI citation, and in bold we see notified natural features, and there's a subheading there, biological, and it lists 8 different categories. And just to summarise, with respect to achieving the favourable conservation status, again, shorthand, would you accept that all 8 of those categories are relevant?
They're relevant to the site description, but it would be difficult for the applicant to deal with the intertidal marine habitats. As I said just a moment ago, I think we can actually bring about real positive gain to the terrestrial elements of the site. And here I'm talking about the vegetation and associated ecological functioning of those areas.
Well, if I can suggest we take that as a given, and as I said, I've got a question later on specifically on that.
Okay.
If we move on then to CD 5.8, which is the site condition monitoring form.
Do we need to keep the citation to hand, or shall I lose that?
I don't think so. I feel put on the spot, but I think we could put that to one side.
So that's CD
5.1. No, sorry, that's what we had. It was 5.8 we're moving to. Now, on my copy, there are 2 separate monitoring reports, just so that we don't get confused. There's a 2014 one and there's a 2017 one. And I'm going to start looking at the 2014 one. I'm not sure we need to go on to the other one, but I just want to avoid confusion about which one we're looking at. So if we look at the 2014 one.
Yeah, I have that.
And just so that we're completely clear we're looking at the same thing, just after the heading right-hand side, we can see the last site visit date was 1st August 2014.
1st August 2014.
Yeah, so we are looking at the same one. And if we go back up to the heading, identifies the protected area, identifies which SNH area it's in, it identifies the reporting category, and then it tells us it's a report on the sand dunes, and immediately after that it says the current condition assessment is unfavourable, no change. So that was the situation in 2014.
Okay.
Yeah. And to achieve the favourable conservation status in relation to those sand dunes, that has to be changed from unfavourable to favourable.
Correct.
So in terms of what the site management plan has to deliver, the objective of the favourable conservation status, it's not just the impacts from the golf course development, it's also the current unfavourable condition of the sand dunes.
So does that, which is the unfavourable condition which we would be looking at? Is that what you mean? It's not just the development that would have impact, it's our impact on the sand dunes, is that?
No, it's actually the reverse. To achieve favourable conservation status, which is the aim of the site management plan, the condition of the sand dunes needs to go from unfavourable too favourable, irrespective of the additional supplementary or whatever impact from the golf course.
Right, yes. That's fair.
And touching very briefly on Professor Angus's evidence for SNH earlier in the inquiry, everyone will obviously have their own notes, but I have it noted, and I'm sure I'm paraphrasing. His view is that the golf course would be a significant permanent unfavourable condition. So if he's right about that, the site management plan must fail because it can't deliver favourable conservation status.
Totally disagree. I work on protected sites. I work with the statutory consultees, and I do know Professor Angus from many years. I work with the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and on all of these sites we're working to reinstate favourable conservation status, favourable condition of these environments. And there's a whole series of measures that will be put in place with the CLSMP that will start to deliver. And obviously that does need consent, and we would need to work with SNH on that.
Well,
but
Mr Taylor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the question I asked you was if he is right. I think what you're telling us now is why you disagree with him. So if we can go back to the question I asked you, if he is right, the site management plan, it doesn't matter what the site management plan contains, favourable conservation status cannot be achieved, can it?
sorry, could you tell me why it can't be achieved? Then I might be able to answer you more accurately. For what reason will it not be achieved?
Well, as I understand what Professor Angus said, he said that the golf course would result in significant permanent unfavourable condition. And the proposition I'm putting to you is, if he is correct, that means it doesn't matter what the site management plan delivers, favourable conservation status can never be achieved.
I just can't accept that line of reasoning, because I don't see why we cannot achieve conservation gain towards conservation, favourable condition status, conservation status on that site. It can be achieved. I've done it on many sites. That's what I do.
Well, again,
my reputation depends on that.
Sorry to interrupt you. I understand your evidence on that.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to leave it for submission. I feel I've given you a chance to answer the question. I'm quite happy to move on, and I'm conscious that we're short of time here.
I think there is one example with, and I know the inspectors didn't want to go down to look at other golf courses away from Coul links, but there's one.
Sorry, once again I'm going to interrupt because it was a very particular point. I appreciate that you don't like the way the question has been phrased.
Well, so it's just that I fail to see the reasoning, because at the course that Dr. Darge is looking at, they have achieved a marked change from unfavourable to unfavourable recovering, and it's through the management that the golf club are doing.
Yeah, the question wasn't asking that, though. It was asking a different question. So I appreciate that you don't like the context of the question, but I think we'll just need to move on.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir. Staying with the SSSI and moving now, we were looking at the sand dunes. That site condition monitoring form only deals with sand dunes. And now moving to look at the bird features. Dr. Wright refers to this in her topic paper. I don't think we need to go to the particular reference. She refers to SNH information which she's produced within LW45. And if we can have a look at that, please. This, for those who are looking at it electronically, is a document which, within one electronic document, has a whole series of LW reference documents. On my computer, It's on page 185 of 270 on the PDF. Hopefully that might be helpful.
Thank you.
185 of 270.
LW45. Sorry, let's call it. It's LW45, and it's where.
Well, I'm not sure how it will have got to you in hard copy. LW45 is printout from an SNH website search. The issue is, for those of us accessing it electronically, it is part of one PDF that's from LW1 through to.
And it's regarding the the breeding bird assemblages.
Yes, I think we're looking at the same one. That particular page, the top half of the page has the map.
Yeah.
But we are on the same page. I can just check the reporters.
No, if we're looking at electronic page 185, it's something entirely different.
I've advised other people's electronic page is 596. Not quite sure why it comes up differently in my template. Apologies. So again, just to give the context, it's Lochfleet SSI, information downloaded from the SNH website, and I think because of the drop-downs indicating that it's a search that's been done against birds, because that's the first heading under the map, headed up features in bold, and then there's a selection box which seems to have been set to birds. And then we can see, as you said, Mr. Taylor, it mentions the breeding bird assemblage, and then the eider. And in relation to the breeding bird assemblage, we see there it was assessed 15th July 2008.
Yeah.
So that's over 10 years ago. Just immediately above that, at that point, it was favourable declining. So in terms of achieving favourable conservation status, a key issue is going to be whether or not there's been further decline in the intervening 10 years.
Agreed.
And if there had been a further decline, that would be something that would need to be reversed to achieve the favourable conservation status.
True.
And then the eider, we can see it was monitored, assessed, reported on, I'm not quite sure what the right terminology is, 3rd November 2013, so that was more recent. At that point, the condition was favourable recovered, but again, achieving favourable conservation status will depend on the condition now and in the future, not the condition 5 years ago.
That's fair.
And staying with the SSI, Moving on to look briefly at the site management statement, which is in CD 5.2.
This one. So this will be. This is. Okay. Thank you.
So we can see it's headed up Loughfleet Site of Special Scientific Interest Site Management Statement. If we go to page 6, and hopefully it's headed up at the top of the page, objectives for management.
Right.
And if we scroll, down, we can see that each of the objectives is picked out in bold, given a number. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not going to go through them in detail. We can read those for ourselves. But again, in terms of achieving favourable conservation status, each of those objectives has to be achieved.
I agree, and what is in the realm of the applicant will be achieved.
And if we can turn now to look at the SPA, and that's CD54.
Okay.
And CD54 is a series of documents. Firstly, the citation, then the objectives, and so on. And it's the objectives I want to look at. So that's a page that doesn't have any SAH branding on it, but it's headed up Conservation Objectives of Dornoch-Firth, Loughfleet Special Protection Area. Right. The text immediately following that heading, we can see there are two broad objectives: to avoid deterioration of the habitats and so on, and to ensure for the qualifying species. And that second broad objective is subdivided into 5. And just picking out the second sub-objective, as it were, that's distribution of species within the site, and the species referred to are in the next part of that document, and there are 11 there. Again, I'm not going to go through them. So in terms of achieving favourable conservation status, the distribution of all 11 of those species needs to be maintained in the long term.
And with that, going back to the top line, to avoid deterioration of the habitats, without, certainly through the application site, deterioration is continuing, and that will increasingly have a negative impact on the qualifying species. Management is required.
Sorry, Mr Taylor, to interrupt, but that wasn't the question. I understand your position on that,
Okay.
and I'm
certainly
trying to keep this
to
short.
achieve conservation status, I agree.
And to put that in context, if the golf course development, and I'm going to emphasise the if the golf course development disturbs any one of those species, to achieve the favourable conservation status, you don't just have to reverse that disturbance, but to reverse it, you've got to ensure the species goes back to where it was if it's moved, because you've got to preserve the distribution within the site.
Don't answer that question, Mr Taylor. That question isn't accurately phrased in law, as I'm sure Mr Coul realises. It's not right to say if the golf course disturbs any one of those species. The conservation objective is no significant disturbance of the species, so the question should be rephrased so it's accurate.
Well, sir, I was referring to the second bullet point, which talks about distribution of species within the site. I wasn't talking about the final one, but I'm quite happy to ask the question again and say, if the golf course development causes a significant disturbance to any one of those species, to achieve favourable conservation status, you've got to not just reverse that significant disturbance, but you've also got to ensure that the distribution of the species within the site is maintained. So if the species is moved, you've got to, in effect, move it back.
If we had more time, I would like to revisit the map of where the SPA is and look at the context of that with the species that we're talking about here. But I think in the absence of time, I will agree with you on that.
And this is where I want to pick up at the point that you mentioned a couple of times earlier. In your recognition, in your answers, you've mentioned that the site management plan is about the golf course site, the application site, and obviously the designated sites are wider. And I understand the point you're trying to make there. But what I want to put to you is, in the context of achieving favourable conservation status, and that particular bullet point, distribution of the species within the site, and that's within the designated site, not the application site, how feasible is it to focus solely on the golf course and the application site when favourable conservation status is about the designated site overall?
I do understand the question, but looking at the species that we have, you've mentioned the 11, Bartail godwit is going to be within the SPA, not within the golf footprint. Curlew will use the site, as Mr Aspel said, for roosting, for vantage. They do use amenity turf regularly. Dunlin is much more a coastal bird. Grey lag goose will definitely use the golf course for feeding. They will graze the fairways, and they will use them for roosting. Osprey, that's not within the golf footprint, it's within the SPA. And I'm being very generic here and quick. But redshank, that's definitely another one that will be on site. I've just recently seen it down at North Berwick Golf Club on the practice ground there. Scaup is very much another seabird on the coastal front in the SPA. Teal and widgeon, particularly widgeon, that's another grazer that will feed on the fairways, and they will roost on there too to get real protection by having vantage all around them from predators. So in terms of the distribution of the ones that come into the golf footprint, there would be benefits for those birds. In addition to the problems they've got now, and the problems that are random dog walking, pedestrian traffic, which is widespread. On a golf course, as Mr Aspel said, habitualisation does come into play, and so there will be no benefits please rephrase that. There will be no negative impacts, and it is in our remit, if you like, or our ability to manage the habitats for the important SPA species.
Well, I would suggest I pick up the detail of that next week with Dr. Cosgrove and my witnesses, rather than going over that now. But one other point, Dr. Wright will tell us in her evidence that the SPA boundaries are tightly drawn and don't include any buffer areas. Would you accept that makes achieving favourable conservation status harder because the whole of the designated area is of interest? There isn't an inactive buffer area.
As Mr. Rooney said, there are no straight lines, and there certainly are no boundaries out there on the site. And these species don't recognise any boundaries. But just as I've said, all of the species that are represented within the protected site would gain benefit, as they do on golf courses throughout the UK and into Europe.
We've dealt with the SSSI, we've dealt with the SPA. I think, sirs, rather than take the witness through the equivalent information for the Ramsar, I'll maybe just leave you to pick up the equivalent. And I'll just wrap up with the witness on the other aspects of this.
Okay, yeah, I think we've got the point you're making there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Taylor, going back to your precognition, paragraph 6.1, you tell us that the applicant is committed to funding a long-term CLSMP. Can I ask you, what budget has been committed to that?
That is a good point. I'm not privy to the budget arrangements that the applicant has got, but what I would say here is that this is owner-led rather than statutory authority-led. SNH in the past have had powers through the WES agreement, through wildlife enhancement schemes and all the different kind of funding programmes, but they are failing on our golf courses because the money now has been taken away, and this is leaving a sour kind of, a soured relationship between the golf courses.
Again, you're going beyond the question there. It was purely a question of the budget here. It wasn't a critique of others' behaviour.
No, I understand that, sir. All I'm saying here is that this is owner-led and it has been pledged to do so. So the management plan has been pledged. The financial side of that, I'm not aware of.
Well, the point I was really driving at was there can't be a budget because it's inherent in the nature of the site management plan, which doesn't exist, it's just objectives. But there's so many uncertainties as to how those objectives would be fulfilled. It just wouldn't be possible to come up with a cost estimate that was really worth having.
The site management plan does not just include the objectives that you've just outlined. It also covers the objectives for operational management, and they would be given through the fairways, the broad consent that they need, but there would still be need for consent out with those areas, and that would also be part of the CLSMP, and that is totally deliverable. It's just part of ongoing management. And if the applicant wants the product that that is necessary to secure a long-term future, then it will be necessary for the sake of the environment in which the applicant requires. Does that make sense?
And in your 6.1, you describe the CLSMP as long-term, and in terms of achieving the favourable conservation status in relation to the designated areas, would you accept it's not just a case of hitting the target and then stopping? You're using the term long-term because it has to be a continuing commitment to make sure that status is maintained.
And that's why I raised the question as to funded work, because that is subject to stopping. This, whilst ever the applicant is in place, will be ongoing, and the management plan will be set up for the first 5 years, and it will be repeated thereafter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coul, and indeed Mr. Taylor. Thank you for your contribution so far. Right, we're close to closing the proceedings for the week. A couple of things to discuss about the start of next week. Firstly, I'm going to suggest a 9:30 start on Tuesday, if that suits parties. Is that realistic? We've still got quite a bit of time to claw back, really. Next point is the position of Professor Pye. I believe he's available on Tuesday, and we need to programme him in. If that's right, then we need to take him immediately after the end of Mr. Taylor's evidence. Is that how you see it, Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, sir. Yes, that is how I see it.
And following then Professor Pye, we'll be hearing from Dr. Cosgrove. And then we continue the order that was outlined on the first day of the inquiry. Great, thank you. Anything we need to discuss before we close? I believe the webcast is up and running again, so for those of you who wish, you can catch up on the highlights this evening, I think. Anything else to discuss? Okay, well, thank you all very much. We'll close now. We need to clear our boxes out of the way for the Highland dancing this weekend, I believe. Right, thank you. I'll see you at 9:30 on Tuesday.